Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Last night I said that President Trump should, step up and do the airstrikes in Iran, and it looks like jets have launched to actually do that. So we know that there's, you know, probably disinformation or counter stuff that might be going on where they launch from like Qatar, which some people have said. Uh, Air base, and they've basically evacuated and locked down the air base to a great extent because they know once they do strike, that Iran, the criminal, murderous Iranian Islamic regime, will send missiles all over the place. So I'm sure they're prepared to do that, but uh, for that regime to be collapsed, which is the intent of the United States and probably most of the civilized world, would love to see that regime collapse because they are the uh, perpetrators of most of the problems in the Middle East. Then you would see, that regime collapse. So they're, killing the people. There's a video out there of them, shooting people. There's body bags everywhere. Upwards of 20,000 have died. Some reports, so anywhere from 12 to 20,000. I've seen a lot of uh, you know video of body bags all over the place. So it's definitely getting out there that there's some problems out there. Now, I think that we're going to see some significant air activity that's going on, uh, probably for several days, maybe longer, maybe a week, 2 weeks at the most. Uh, but I firmly believe that this regime is on its last legs. You see here, there's lots of body bags. I've seen countless videos of you know people walking the streets and body bags, quite a few people grieving and so forth. So that's definitely happening. That's not anything new for any psychopathic regime, which basically from the moment that the Shah was deposed, the Shah basically went for surgery, and of course we had the extremely corrupt Carter administration, which you know he's like Joe Biden. He was just a puppet, uh, and they used him to basically do some very crazy stuff all over the world. He gave away the Panama Canal, which I think we lost like 37,000 people building the Panama Canal. It would equivalent of trillions of dollars in today's money, building the Panama Canal. It was very successful, and Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. Right? He was a bad man. Former military guy. How about that? Navy guy, sub guy. So not so good of a guy, right? One of the worst presidents ever until we got Joe Biden, who was now the worst president. So two Democrats, worst presidents ever in history, Joe Biden, and of course, we have probably some others lined up. Could have been Kamala Harris, could have been the top contender, but as of right now, Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter. I mean, we could just go down the line, Roosevelt, and on and on and on, because we're finding out these people were extremely corrupt. Right? Uh, yes, Carter was an idiot. Right? So unbelievable, boy. He just really did a lot of harm for our country, many levels. It was good for him to go away. Remember, during his administration, we had crazy, crazy inflation. And of course, Joe Biden came in, we started having crazy inflation. God, what is it about those Democrats? Just want to destroy our country, right? And of course, we're seeing it, in other places like Minneapolis. The craziness there is just out of control. So now we have they passed a law where the people of Minneapolis that work for Minneapolis or Minnesota, they can take paid leave with morale at all time low. That's what the police are doing. Uh, and the time that where Minneapolis really needs the police because they have all these crazy people that have descended on Minneapolis, like the George Floyd riot, and reports of 70, 60 to 70 so far are turned in paperwork for Minnesota's new paid leave program. Did they come up with that new paid leave program just for this? Because we know that during the George Floyd riots, they tried to get rid of all their cops. Stupid, right? And then those that stuck around were, right? Maybe there were some still good people that hung out and stayed, but for the most part, if you're going to work for a woke company or a woke government, you got to be woke. Otherwise, they're going to do away with you, push you out. So the new, leave program allows 20 weeks of paid leave for personnel or family if there's reasons when you need to, I don't know, your wife's going to have a baby or someone in your family's dying or something like that. 20 weeks, geez. I remember when I was in the military, we got 4 weeks of paid vacation. I can't imagine 20 weeks. What the hell is going on there? Good God. Oh my God. Unbelievable. So it is just a shit show there in that Democrat hellhole. They need to get Tim Walz out of there. And that Fry guy, right? That soy boy Fry guy that's in the mayor spot, because both of them were there when they had the riots the last time. So the Democrat Party is trying to start a civil war. Absolutely. With all those knuckleheads that came out and said that disobey orders from the commander in chief that they're unlawful. No, they're trying to seed a civil war. And these Ilhan Omar is saying that everybody should revolt, and they're trying to start it. We're like, no, we're not going to do your money and starve you out, and ship all your little minions back to their countries. So I guess there's like thousands and thousands, 6,000, I think I heard every week. They're sending out of America. It's good, and that's just a drop in a bucket, guys. They need a lot more going out. They need to like triple, quadruple that number to get rid of these people out of our country. And I think that's happening. So, in the meantime, while the Democrats are trying to destroy our country, we're going after Cuba, Mexico. We know we have a massive fleet that's down there in the Caribbean and off the Pacific Ocean along the coast of Mexico and some of those other countries down there. But I see Cuba very strongly, probably will be one of the next countries. Now, look how surgical it was that we went in and took Maduro, and that was it. All right. Will they be more? Possibly, but it seems like things are. I don't know what's going on down there, or deals being made. We're gonna like do this, and we get that. Really, a lot of these countries, once real freedom, not like, all right, now that we've freed you, we have to get all this stuff from you. All right, I don't really think that's happening. It's just that we get, a decent shot at, what you got. We'll help you, build it up like we did last time in Venezuela, and they stole it. So I think that we're going to do that for a lot of countries. Cuba will be freed from its oppressive leadership, like Iran is about to be freed from their oppressive leadership. Same thing happened down in Venezuela. So things are like working themselves out. Same thing's going to happen in Mexico. We'll see, the cartels get hammered because, they're funding the Democrat Party and, child trafficking and drug trafficking and so forth. It's out of control. So the same thing in Brazil. Brazil is out of control. Take away their unelected leadership, Lula. and you're going to get Bolsonaro back probably, and he'll turn that country around. But the people have to, like, just like the Democrat Party here in America, the people down there in Brazil were like, subjected to extreme stupidity from their press and their judicial system, just like here. Very, very similar circumstance, like we're overcoming it. Right? It's going to take time, but we're going to have to overcome it, and they're going to continue to try and play the Civil War card. All right, turn us against each other. It's not going to work out. So yeah, I think that once we do hit Iran with surgical strikes, that'll give the people and the military that have taken leave, right? My relatives and the people that I love, and the same thing with the police force. They're not going to come in, and they're trying not to come in, and do harm to their people. Is for these people to basically seize those military arms and turn them against the bad guys, right? So it's almost like a civil war to a certain extent, but for us to help them, that's what we need to do. Now, there's been other times that we've done that in Afghanistan. We took out the Taliban, and then for some reason, it didn't stop there. It's like we basically let some evil group take over again in Afghanistan, and for 20 years we fought in Afghanistan. It's absolute bullshit. They were doing illegal drug trafficking, guys, and also child trafficking. So there in Afghanistan, it's pretty bad. Right, pedophilia is way off the charts, and of course they have opium fields. So we had the military was guarding them. The DEA that was supposed to be cleaning all that up was basically kicked out of the country. Right on the other side of the border in Pakistan, they shut down their base. I saw them shut down their base. They had a big base, and they shut it down. So we know that the deep state got in control, right? So you had good people go in and clean house, and then the deep state took advantage of it, right? And that's what they normally do. So this time it's Greenland. Greenland will be part of the United States. I predict that. So will Canada. And now, will they be like states or territories? That remains to be seen. Kind of like maybe Puerto Rico type thing. And then just be, tied to the United States. So I think that they're having, is it Denmark or one of those countries that is, trying to say that they own Greenland, which is like stupid, and they're independent. But one of those countries over there, Norway, Denmark, one of those countries is bigger here, and it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. So and then you get somebody that's in Greenland is saying, no, we don't. We want to go with Norway or whoever, whatever country. NATO is not going to play if we go in and basically say, all right, we need to take this. We've been trying to do this for like, I don't know, 70 years, something crazy, because it is strategically, Greenland is very important. And I think that once we do, take it into receivership or buy it or whatever President Trump is going to pull out, he's going to pull something out. Then from that point, things will go to a different level. Yeah, it's glitching a little bit. Let me see if I can shift it over to. Almost shift it over to another source. Good. You guys know that not internet, but phone service for Verizon. Over half the country had their Verizon knocked off today. Wonder what's going on with that. All right, so hopefully that'll take care of things. So strangely glitchy when I start to reveal good stuff, right? Because it basically goes through NSA. Everything that we do, our phone conversations, the internet, it all goes through NSA. And if there's something squirrely that goes through, they have AI and that's looking at everything, and they have probably controls, names, and things that are discussed. They'll like glitch it. So that's kind of what they do. And it used to be really bad. They like just take it off. Right? You just couldn't get anything out. You remember those days? So it has been cleaned up a little bit, but they still glitch it a little bit. And it could be because they are doing legitimately, searching for, keywords and so forth. And if they hear it, then it'll glitch a little bit. And that's what you see on some of my. We need Q phones. Yes, we need something. We need a whole new system. There is systems out there that are far more high speed than what we have. Your Verizon's good here. Janet, you're in New York, right? No, you're in Northern California. So yeah, it seems to be good here. I don't know anybody that has a problem, on the West Coast. Maybe it was just all East Coast because I have friends that are in Florida and so forth that had problems with it. So my Verizon been okay today so far. I'm in Northern Alabama. Okay. Yeah. Starlink is always good for me. It works really nice. Not always. I will admit that there have been times where they get to Starlink as well. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see going forward. But it seems like Texas out all day. All right. So Jersey Shore, Verizon working. All right. So we're getting some good MJ, my Verizon still out. You're in New York. Yep. Okay, Georgia girl. So yeah, it seems like certain places, South Texas, Florida, but somebody was in Alabama, South Alabama. No signal in South Alabama. Okay, Delaware Verizon out today. So it looks like an East Coast, mostly East Coast. Center of the country and to the east, perhaps. Anybody Iowa or mid country folk? How's your Verizon working out? So New Zealand glitching, even in New Zealand. Wow. Verizon working in Missouri. Okay, that's mid country. Colorado out for 2 hours. T-Mobile was out today. Wow, T-Mobile, another one. So I think we were going to get some stuff from the sun. So I think cosmic rays off the sun what did it. Yeah, you're right. So great boy. Good job. All right. So you're tapped in too. Great Bay. All right. So Great Bay, 1961. So yeah, that's there was definitely some sun activity, solar storms type stuff. That could impact, of course, when we talk about the a lot of the EMP. I don't think it's EMP. EMP, if you look at the sun, that's possibility. Yes, EMPs from the sun. Sunburst really active. Yep. I'm in Portland and I didn't have any issues. Okay, good. Verizon Oregon, no Verizon Oregon. So wow, it's just like sketchy. Just in different places. Pennsylvania affected today. All right. Seattle too. Solar flares, yes. So the solar flares basically can and will affect the core of the Earth, cosmic rays, gamma rays, and so forth. We're getting a lot of those because the sun activity is kind of going down, solar minimum. And so we're going to get a lot of that. And that will activate the earthquake activity, ramp it up again, possibly. So we'll have to watch. East Tennessee out. Wow. Had issues in Maine all day. So it sounds like the giant coronal hole or whatever, like really impacted the it was spotty all over the country. In Michigan, you have it. So far, so good. Not in New York City, rural Maine, poor. So yeah, it's crazy how that works out. So thanks for everybody that shared all over the country. Wow, that's pretty quick. Even in other places around the world that seems to be glitching. And of course, that's got to be the solar activity. All right. In Vegas, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, when I say Oregon, Eugene, and the whole morning. So I am on Wi-Fi now. Okay, good. No problems with Idaho. Good. Satellites in certain areas sounds like, yeah, possibly. Glitching that energy. New Orleans, fine, good. Like that Creole, like the Creole sauce, right? On my or the etouffee, and like the oysters there, and they used to be really good in New Orleans. Those big Gulf oysters. The last time I was cruising through there, it's been, God, I think like 5 years now. The oysters weren't so good. All right, so all of that stuff that's been leaking out into the Gulf made those oysters not so much good. Right. Maybe that's changed by now. No issues in Texas. Some places in Texas, I guess, but not everywhere. All right. So yeah, stand by for activity. South Carolina, no issues. All right, good. South Kakalaki, where I'm from, I was born and raised. I was bred like a thoroughbred horse in South Kakalaki. All right. All right. So I remember people were like, where were you bred at? I was like, Columbia, South Carolina. Oh yeah, that's a good place to be bred. I was like, oh, okay. All right. So blue state flu. All right. I don't know, maybe. So then we got somebody else saying out in South Carolina and in North Carolina. From North Carolina. You're from North Carolina? North Carolina here? Okay, good. All right. Where are your parents from? They're both from Columbia, South Carolina. All right. So I was in Hawaii in 1977. Stefan Burns, Sunburst. All right. So he's putting that out. Okay. All right. So yeah, we got a lot of people that are be coming on in the next several days. They're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff. All right. I got somebody maybe coming in talking about John Brennan. I was in CIA during John Brennan's time, and there was some very funky stuff that went on, and this guy's going to talk about it. All right, so he's got a book that's coming out, so that'll be interesting. Of course, we like to get information that is, cutting edge, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. You guys been like really coming in and seeing a lot of the shows. The views are way up. So yes, hit new highs. Did it go all the way to 95? Did it pop again? So remember I said several days ago, if it went over a certain amount, $83, we would bounce around 85 to 95. So today I think it did go up to 94. But what it does, and what it's been doing, is popping significantly up. I think it was up over $7 today. Now you guys might remember I was saying that we're going to hit way back when it was $20, $30. I was saying someday we're going to hit, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's go for new predictions. Mike says that the intuitive Mike. So intuitive Mike says we will be hitting upwards of 25. All right, that's not coming soon, but we'll hit $10 days. But remember, when you go up 10, sometimes you go down 10. All right. So I don't think we're going to see as much of the down days now that we've basically burst past all of the control systems. We may see some more control, some selling to try and drive it down, as we move up to the $100 range, because I think once we go past 95, it's hundreds there, right? And we may go past 95 tomorrow. It's silver's 92.45 ounce spot on APMEX right now. I used to buy a lot of silver from APMEX. I got a bunch of silver and back in the day, but I do almost all my stuff with Dr. Kirk Elliott and the someplace with safe, a vault, right, depository in Texas. So and it's well guarded. and insured. So I like it very much because I got a lot of it. And 161 an ounce in New Zealand. Really? Is that New Zealand dollars? What does that translate to, Georgie King, to dollars? That's what do you guys? What's a New Zealand? What's a New Zealand currency? Right? What do you call it? I have to look it up. New Zealand currency. 0.57 New Zealand dollar. So how much is 100 New Zealand in the U.S.? It's $57. So a little bit of 161 an ounce. It's up there. All right. So in a lot of places like China, it went up to I think 104 or 105 today. So our dollars got to catch up, or our silver's got to catch up. So I think we're going to see probably next week 100, and at by the end of the month, I think we're going to hit 112 to 100. I'm really reaching out there, but it's possible to see 125 by the end of this month. So now the other prediction that I have is that we're going to hit way up to 250 by the middle of this year, and 500 by the end of the year. So those are going to be like fluid. I think that we may see 309 by the mid-year, and then a pullback, a little bit of a pullback. That'll you're going to have that. You're going to have crazy ups like we're having right now. Then it's going to go down and sideways, make a flag. That's what gold and silver and platinum and all the other. I see flags, bull flags. And a bull flag basically is it goes down and then up and then down and then up and down, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then boom, it takes off again. So I think that we're going to see the last time I saw a flag in gold, which I'm seeing, which we basically broken higher. The bull flag has basically been broken in gold. We're probably going to see 5,300 in gold within the next couple months. 5,300, and like I said, $150 silver and 175, I think, in the next couple months, and then it's going to keep going. Now, a lot of this stuff is because there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and people look for the safety of precious metals. You guys remember when platinum used to be more than gold? The last 2011, platinum was more than gold, worth more than gold, and so I think we're going to see platinum go up another $1,000 from where it's at right now. So it'll hit like the $3,300 level within the next couple months. It's also got a bull flag. So a lot of these are online jewelry channels are taking a beating. No one can afford anything. But when they do, they're making a killing. So that's a good thing. I'm getting like whited out, too much light. So I think we're going to see U.S. Mint halted all sales today. That's right. Lil Kali, is that your name? Lil Kali, right? Lil Kali 77. That's cute, right? Or if you're a guy, that's a tough name. Whatever. I like collies. I had a collie when I was a kid. That's a great dog, and I don't know that may be your name, so not throwing any shame at you or anything. So U.S. is dead. BRICS will dominate in a multipolar war. Check Simon Dixon for predictions. They're definitely leaning on America hard, no doubt about it. But I think Trump will prevail. Trump and team. It's 110 on APMEX. It says 92, but goes up when you purchase. Yes, it's Exactaxis, maybe. I don't know. Yep. I remember back in the day getting like, the 500 coin monster box for like under 20 grand. Those days are long gone, and they won't be back maybe ever. Right? I don't know. Uh, so yeah, um, well over 100 ounce. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be 100 over 100 ounce. Silver Eagle 105 and Silver Maple's 110 now online. Wow. Big banks caught billions shorting on silver certificates. Now this is why I'm nigga rich. All right. Yeah, definitely. A lot of us that you guys been watching me, you guys are like happy, very happy. Uh and so silver's made a lot of us very wealthy, and that's going to continue. So where mine is right now, I think it's going to quadruple this year, and yours, all right, unless you sell it. Probably a quadrupling. So I'm predicting 500 at the end of the year. If we're hitting almost 100, that's 4 times more, quadruple. All right. So just whatever you got now, just do what it is to, like, more. So next year, I think it's going to go up to over 1,000. So long-term holdings. Now, if you sell, you go to toilet paper money, which is the dollar. Then you're not going to make out so good. So don't do that. All right. Uh, unless you go into some type of asset, you're buying a car, pay for cash, get out of debt. That's good. Or buy a house. You're putting it into something that's good. I think that's long term that could work out for you. But you don't want to sell all. It's like, I'm gonna buy a Ferrari. I'm gonna sell all my silver, buy a Ferrari. Maybe not that good. Maybe pay cash for something. Like a, I don't know, Range Rover or something like that. That's good, high end Range Rover. But you get them for like 100 grand. And if the Sport, they're great cars. I've got one, fantastic car. I've had it like 4 years, no issues with it whatsoever. So looking to maybe sometime this year, upgrade to something else. It's had it for a little bit. So you hold them, they get a little old, they start to get problems, right? But this has been a great car. Range Rovers used to be a pain in the ass, but now the one I've got is like unbelievable. It's the best car I've ever had. So yeah, there's a lot of great vehicles out there. It was insane, and now those prices are collapsing. Same thing with housing prices. So hold off. I think towards the end of the year will be a better opportunity. Right now, everywhere, condo prices are collapsing like 50%, like they did in the last, collapse. They'll collapse. A lot of them will collapse 80%, I believe, and a lot of home prices will collapse 80%, probably into next year. But do you want to wait that long, or do you want to start to put your silver to work? So that's what you want to start looking at. And maybe you're going to buy a business or something like that. So there's a lot of people out there. So another one, of course, to get into is the miners. So I highly recommend the miners at this point. I got into the miners. I started talking about getting into miners to diversify. First, you want to have physical silver, and if that's all you can afford, that's great. On your person. And then if you're going to expand, where it's getting a little bit late in the game to expand, not because of the price level, guys, but because silver is going to become very hard to get for, I think, a year and a half, 2 years now. You can't get 1,000 ounce. Maybe some of you can, but I haven't been able to get 1,000 ounce bars of silver. So it's been 100 ounce. You buy 100 ounce at a time, and those are your best deals. You buy the individual coins, that's the highest price you're going to pay. If you buy just bars, that's a little bit better. And then the highest ounce bar that you can buy is your best deal overall. So 1,000-ounce bars have been gone for a long time. And now it's getting to the point it's hard to find 100-ounce bars and monster boxes. And a lot of the coin shops, you walk into them, they're all sold out. So it's going to Dr. Kirk Elliott, because he goes straight to a source that has sources of mining sources that keeps him in silver. He's got I think he told me, he said one time that he has the largest silver holdings of any company. I don't know if that's how true that is. I haven't done the research or how close he is. Maybe he said he was one of the highest, or he is the highest one. So you still have how do you buy molybdenum? I don't know, but that's one that's going to like crazy. That's one like most expensive, I think. I haven't seen it on anywhere online. I've never. I don't want to buy it. I'm sticking to platinum and silver and gold. So they seem to work really well. So I just bought a 10-ounce bar for 900. Ooh, nice, very good. So love Cadillac, that and Mustang. Yeah, so we're all like dreaming, right? So you can dream when you if you've gotten into the silver early on. So everybody's doing really good with silver, and I believe it's going to go much higher. MJ Kirk has some of my silver in his vault. Should I get them sent to me? No, keep them there. Why would you do that? Unless you want to hold it. I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, he'll send it to you, or he'll send you some. He'll send you what you have, of course, or you can, trade it out. I wouldn't trade it out for cash if you want the silver. He'll send it to you. It probably costs you a little bit, but MJ, yeah. What do you think about buying sterling silver, especially the old silver jewelry? Yeah, I'm not so much into sterling. Yeah, it'll be unobtainium. Yeah, absolutely. Silver will be. So silver, you know, um, any kind of silver, I guess. Some people are buying the junk silver. So any kind of silver, sterling silver, whatever, it's going to be good going forward. I would buy it. Dump silver rounds and buy coins. No, I would say I would keep your silver rounds. Silver rounds are good. Yeah, all that is silver. So when you in a lot of your silver, it's going to be, even though you got like this. I used to buy all the high speed silver from the U.S. Mint, and that was dumb. I remember like the U.S. Mint over the last several years, you were paying like double and sometimes triple what the price of the metal was. I was like, what? So you're not going to sell it for that much, guys, unless of course it rises to the amount that you bought it. It is not worth it. The best thing is just to buy the actual silver and bars and so forth. That's your best deal. Now, if you like the silver, because I like buy Juan O'Savins silver because it's very beautiful. I like it, and he does have good deals on it. And all the silver that I bought from him is now worth a lot more. So that's and collecting. I'm not into collecting anymore because I did collecting for most of my life, and then when I went to sell it, it was like, oh, that's what I get for that. So, where you can go online and trade it. That's going to take time, and it was that point where silver had reached its peak and it was going down. I was like, okay, it's time to sell, and so I was selling it, and I was getting a lot of money for what I had bought it for. So that'll stay that way. 122 in Canadian dollars an ounce. Wow. So a bar that looks like a Wonka bar. So cool. Yeah. I mean, why not? But it's not gonna. It's like a Wonka. You go in. It's like, can I get a little extra for this Wonka bar? No, I'll give you a spot. So if you bought it for like 40, $50, then you go in. You're like, here's an ounce, but it's a Wonka bar. Can I get a little bit more? And it's like, I'll give you, the 350 an ounce that an ounce is worth, but I'm not going to give you a little bit more for a Wonka bar. So that's the way it's going to work for you. All right. Um, should we max out credit card buying? That's up to you. That's speculating, but I think might be something, as long as you can pay that off. Otherwise, it's, you're paying the interest, and then, whatever you're making as the silver rises, is it more? So you gotta look at that. So, yeah, if you're buying it with a credit card and you pay it off, because I don't when I buy something with credit card, I pay it off. I don't pay interest on anything. Everything I pay cash, all right? So, and that's what I would hope all of you, if you're not doing it yet, you should get to that point where everything is you pay it in cash. So when I buy a home, eventually I will pay cash for it. Of course, I'm 65, so I've had condos and houses in the past, but this time I won't be paying that bullshit mortgage, 3 times the amount of what it is. They've so scammed our mentality that it's like, oh, I'm going to buy a car and I'm going to get the best interest rate that I can get because I've got good credit. It's like, you should not. I try to teach my kids this. All right. So, and it was hard because, the conditioning is that, buy a car and, you get $20,000 car and you pay, $500 a month for like, 5 years, and you pay like double whatever the car's worth. It's like this bullshit. It's stupid. All right. So save your money up and buy it in cash. All right. Or save your silver up. And when you get enough, you got to have a car, then do it. Use that silver. So that's what I recommend. So yeah, use your great stuff that you're buying. You're going to, and everything's going to go up. As far as precious metals, they're going to go up because we're going into a state where it's going to seem like war. Will Jubilee come? Possibly. We've been talking about it for 5 years, but I haven't seen it yet. Some of this stuff is just disinformation. Is it a Jubilee? It's a Jubilee if you've been buying silver, right? It's going to be a Jubilee for you. All right. Because you're going to pay everything off and you're going to have a lot more left, and then you're going to buy whatever, so hopefully that's where a lot of you are at. Avoid capital gains, just borrow against your silver for land. That's, lots of different strategies out there. Like I said, I'm not into borrowing, and I'm not into paying taxes. So, right. But of course, you're in some states, you're going to have to. They still have that bullshit going on, but it's a scam. So I think we're going to get rid of the, all the taxes at some point. But at this point, not yet, right? Although President Trump's been talking about, the federal taxes basically going away, and that's happening for a lot of us. Who watched Tina Peters today? Her hearing? Oh, she have a hearing today? I did not know that. Mike in Texas here. All right, Mike. Good job. All right, guys. It is looking like we're going to see some action tonight, hopefully. All right. So Iran needs it. They need to go bye-bye. And that's going to send a message to all the other, crazy governments that are out there. Cuba and Brazil and Mexico and many others all around the world. So we'll see. We'll see what this does, the impact it has on the Middle East. I think it's going to be extremely positive. But it's up to the people of Iran, to overcome their. Imagine if Kamala Harris had been elected. Boy, we'd be like, like the people of Iran by now. I think it's crazy. So fortunately, we didn't go through that, and we're the ones, because we talked about it for 4 years. At some point, all the governments all over the world are going to get cleaned up, right? And we know there's still a lot of them out there. South Africa, Australia. So we still have a lot of governments that have to be cleaned. Of course, lots of countries in Central and South America, but it'll take some time. But I think things are going to rock and roll very quickly uh, as we go forward. And then we have to look at a lot of people are talking about how there's going to be that alien invasion thing still. I don't know. We'll see. So, all right. XRP, XLM. I'm not in them right now. I'm in silver. At some point when they're going up right now. Stock market is crashing today, and Bitcoin was up pretty significantly, and the rest of the altcoins over the last several days have gotten a nice little pump. So that's interesting that Bitcoin basically did opposite. And could they be signaling what's coming for the stock market? The stock market's going to turn around and start to go up. Very possible. So I predicted that they would get another rise before they crash really deeply, but we'll see. So silver, precious metals is your best bet. I said long ago they would act like crypto. I think Bitcoin this year is up like, I don't know, 12% since it's been going up the last several days. Now it's up 12%, but it was down for the last year. Oh, you go back a year. And of course, at this point for the last year, silver's up over 200%. So again, I see another 400% rise from where it's at right now. So we'll see that $94 silver now. So what is that? Let me see. So probably well over 95 tomorrow, maybe 96, 97, or maybe even more. And then what it's been doing, it pulls back after it runs like crazy. I think it's running for 100 real hard. It wants 100. And we want it to go over 100 aggressively, maybe 105, and then it'll pull back and 100, 105, play around, do another bull flag, and then take off to 125. So I think that's what we're going to see. I've got 2,500 ounces. You bought $40. Loving Life now. Silver's at 93. Yeah, you're going to see a lot more, a lot higher. So good job. 2,500. That's a nice little chunk. So hopefully, guys, over the last couple of years or recently, before it started cranking, you got nice chunks of it. Nice big stockpiles of ounces of silver, platinum, gold, all those. All right. It's going to do you well. All right, going forward. It's going to be like those guys back in the Depression in 1929, where the stock market crashed, and they somehow anticipated that and just knew something. And that's the way Lake Tahoe. There was a guy here that basically, bet the stock market was going to crash. He had some insights, I think. And he did unbelievably well, and he basically bought half of Lake Tahoe. It's crazy. I went to his house this last summer. I'd always wanted to go to it, but I was a poor boy and working hard, so I couldn't take the time off. So finally got to see his house. Wow, boy, he had video surveillance back in the 30s. Video surveillance and facial recognition. Wow, it's been around a while. So this if you have the money now, I'm sure some of the people who have the money have some really super high tech stuff, just like those guys that went in and got Maduro. Super high tech stuff, right? Shut everything down, shut the lights off, shut the radar off, shut everything off, and then everybody's like bleeding from their noses and ringing in the ears and collapsed, and then those guys came down and they're shooting 300 rounds a minute each, and there's like 20 of them. Woo! Wow. They're tearing the place up. But everybody's thinking they're like super soldiers. No, you just get that good. All right. Now, I was a Navy SEAL Team 6 guy when we did the Panama invasion, and I was involved in other training missions and so forth. And so you get really, really good, very, very fast. So now that's like over 20 years ago. And I can tell you that every few weeks we would get more high-tech stuff. And then we'd like try it out, and it's like, oh yeah, this is even more high tech than we already had. And then we'd integrate it, and a few weeks or a month or two later, we get something even more high tech. So that was for everything that we were using our weapon systems, sightings, night vision goggles, all kind of crazy stuff. So I was in Red Squadron, and Red Squadron, we were the hunk team because we all push weight. We're all big, jocks, and we could handle the pounding that you'd get when you jumped out and you got onto the speedboats, and then you make the approach to the cruise ships to take down the cruise ships. We always got that mission because we're all like big studly guys. We get the hell pounded out of us. And all the other teams are like, take the helos and fast rope in. We're like, we like the tough stuff. And so we were the ones that basically were using lasers and night vision and silencers and all that kind of stuff. The other teams are like, poo poo, you guys, you think so high tech, but now they all got that stuff. So that's cool. All right, guys. And that stuff is way more advanced. And I was a breacher, and they were talking about how Maduro was about to lock himself into a thick steel, cell cage, safe room, and they'd already anticipated that. They knew he had that, and they could get into. They could had cutting torches or whatever. They could burn through thick steel, and they could be in there and have him within 58 seconds. Wow, man, those guys have advanced a lot. That's so cool. All right, guys, lots of love. America's winning. I tell you, our technology is so advanced that no one wants to mess with us. All right, it's so advanced. Everybody's like scared of nuclear bombs. We got stuff worse than that, right? So, yeah, much cleaner and takes people out a lot faster, right? So yeah, it's just crazy. High tech is the way to go. I loved it, and I know those guys are super advanced with it now. So, like Trump just said recently, the only thing that's saving the world right now is my morals, something like that. All right, because everything's so super high tech, he could like just take over the world, guys. Yeah, that's the way it is right now. So those guys in Greenland, they're like, we don't want to be in America. You hear people talking about it. That I think, I don't know if it was Nick Sorter or one of those guys went up there, was asking the people like several months ago, like 6 months ago. It was like half and half. People, some of them are like, oh hell yeah, and other people's like, no, that'll never happen. It's going to happen. All right, get used to it. You'll like it when it happens because it's going to be, you have a much better life. All right. Everywhere that we're going to come in, everyone's going to have a much better life. Right. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Eric Holt. And we're basically going to look at election fraud in Colorado, of all places. Wow. Tina Peters, we've talked about that quite a bit. Eric, election fraud in Colorado, of all places. Veteran, wow. And Tina Peters, let me turn that one off. So veteran, Army veteran. You're in Ramadi, Eric?
Yeah, Ramadi, Iraq 05.
Wow. So you're running around with the SEALs there at that time?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't, but they were there kicking some butt, Wow. It's funny because they're all well known and famous now, but back then, they were just super soldiers that we were looking at going, hell yeah, guys, go do your thing,
Very good. Yeah, that's Jocko Willink and a lot of the guys I work with, actually, they kick some pretty serious butt there. So yeah, combat action veteran, 18 years. And then you got out, went to Colorado. You wanted to be with your daughters and help them out. You went through a pretty tough, I guess, divorce or whatever. So you didn't finish your 20. God, that was so close. Oh my God. But and then you go to Colorado to get us up to speed from there.
Yeah, so in 2018, I went through divorce. How those go. They're not fun. Yeah. But that, a custody battle after a while and not being able to work things out, right? So I got full custody in 2022, which kind of launched me in a decision of to leave federal service and seek out something I'd be home every night on. So local fire chief's job. I was serving as an interim chief, and the court granted me full custody. So then I put in for the permanent, and I got it, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here talking about it. But kick some butt, man. I mean, we built a department from scratch that served the
Yeah.
community super well. And then
You only had like 5 people that were trained up, and you got it up to 60.
yeah, so like the dynamics of small town America.
Sure.
This is in the mountains, Colorado, right behind Pikes Peak. So
Oh,
when I
cool.
took over, it was very fractured. Like 4 or 5 volunteers, and I always say that you may not get somebody that's certified to do medical care if you call 911 in that. And so when I got hired and put my vision forward was to professionalize the department, and we went out and recruited hard. We got 60 people. We brought in like 14 EMTs, and we had put another 7 in the pipeline for school. We took response times down from 19 minutes to 7 minutes in a 6-month stretch of time.
Incredible.
So if you're a community member or like rely on a fire department, that's what you want to see, I would imagine, right? I want qualified people there that can help me if I dial 911 or my kids, and to get there as fast as they can with those qualified people. So that's what we focused on.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So what got you to Colorado? Were you raised there?
No, no. So I in '03 I had joined the army. I grew up in Northern California in the hill country, where the gold rush was. So not too far from where you're at, but
Nice.
um, in '03, they give you your dream sheet where you want to go, and I always put Fort Carson. But I was stationed in Germany, deployed to Iraq, came to Fort Hood. When I got out of the army, I stayed at the Fort Hood Fire Department as a
Hmm.
civilian firefighter, and then after some time, the Nadal Hassan shooting had happened, and Fort Hood just kind of changed a bit. You know what I mean? And so sought an opportunity to just transfer up to Fort Carson in the mountains, and I loved it.
Love it.
So
Yeah.
that's where we lived for a little over a decade out there.
Mm, very nice. Very nice. So you're you're working in the fire department, and get us up to speed about how the election fraud happened. You train everybody up. You're doing, your community loves you. You got incredible background. Tell us about how you got into the fire department there, because there was some corruption or something that was going on, or they had some problems, and you came in and fixed all that.
Yeah. So when I got the call, I had mentioned I was serving as an interim chief. When I had post divorce, I had moved a little further out, away from society in the mountains, and in that community, I started working with like the incident management team. So I was known, and that I was a professional fireman.
Mhm.
They had all my qualifications. So the fire department that I eventually became the fire chief of called because there was a lot of chaos. Like most of the board, all but one had resigned. The chief was placed on administrative leave. They came in and asked me to stabilize it. 2 weeks was the phone call, and the request turned into 5 months. I wasn't, and I wasn't getting paid during that time. I was just burning leave from my fire department. And so because of that whole scenario, which I don't want to go into, I mean, it kind of taints the story of, but this department had recurring issues. We'll just say that. And so the board had to be reconstituted. The time that I served as an interim chief, there wasn't an official board. So for anybody listening, the board is elected people like at the city or county level that is responsible for how the policies, bylaws, and most importantly, the finances, the fiduciary side of that operates. And so they're the governing body of that. So the county commissioners had to have this special process that they worked with the law firm that represented the district to actually reconstitute a governing board. And that's the people that, I didn't even know those folks. I had nothing to do with the process.
Mhm.
I was just the interim chief serving. So the county commissioners reconstitute this board. They held this very special process where people came in and interviewed with them, all this stuff, right? So they select three people that now gives it a quorum. Their first order of business was to hire a permanent fire chief, which ended up being me. So in September of 2022, I was hired as the permanent chief. Um, but I'll say that that process created an opposing force, man. And anything that you do well, somebody's going to hate on that or say we can do it better, or
Mhm.
you don't know what you're doing despite the success, all these things. So that was very prevalent.
Mm.
Um, so because of that special process, May of 2023 was coming up, was the regular scheduled election. And most boards have staggered positions. So you might get three on one term and you get two on another. That way there's never a full turnover of the board. Uh, so despite all the success, I, January was the mark from September to January where we fixed all of the things. We trained our butts off. We put butts in the seats and recruited. It ended up being 62 people. Response times were down to 7 minutes. Um, this other party kind of comes out campaigning, and they call themselves the Slate of Five, and that if you vote for one of them, you vote for all of them. They run as a consortium, basically, which is very weird already to begin
Yeah.
this story. Um,
So
and there's
this is interesting because you probably never have been part of the political, process before until you became fire chief, and then you're seeing, that the machinations that they're all up to. And so, what was your feel for Colorado at that time as far as politically?
it was a weird time, right? So
Yeah.
a part of the reason I moved out to I wanted to get as far away from the city.
Yeah.
So, very conservative county. Uh, um, I lived on 8 acres on a mountaintop in a log cabin. Like, life was good,
Yeah. Yeah.
but we did have, Tina Peters' situation out in Mesa County was known. We did know, and we heard about all the 2020 election stuff. I never dug into it personally. I believed there's no way that that election result was possible.
Right.
So I started with that, right?
Right.
The old spikes in there don't make any sense, and I think everybody now has a pretty good understanding. But remember, in 2022, it's a couple years ago where you were shadow banned, and you would lose your social profiles if you spoke out and said or questioned
Yeah.
anything. So,
I'm
you,
well aware of that.
yeah. So even in that conservative county, like our local county commissioners were like, "Oh, well, the voting machines are so secure," and there was this mantra always going. But yeah, as far as me as an individual, I was a fireman, fire chief. I
Yeah.
had voted in probably 3 elections in my life for president.
Yeah.
Um, and that's it's kind of like the craziness of this story and this path that I've been on is now I'm like embroiled in it, and it's so obvious to see. How can people not, right? Um, and as we get into the story, like I'm a little bit unique in that I have high definition video of what took place, and people still call me a liar. So it's still out there. It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, you you're looking at free speech. They retaliated against you, and it cost you pretty much everything. I've been, unfortunately, I've been in the situation as well, in different circumstances. But this is the way that they control people. They destroy somebody's life, and they're like, "See what we did to them? You want to speak out now?" And you were conflicted about speaking out and everything, but you're very, very high integrity, and you went forward. Tell us about, so they're going to do this election, and they do it at the fire department, which
Yeah.
is not unusual in a small community.
Yeah, so like, I mean, this is the election is for the governing body of the fire department. It's a special district, it's just one tick below the county. And so yeah, I'll kind of get in. This is the longer portion of the story, but that group of five was very, very loud and very, very abrasive, right? Attacking everybody, telling everybody the success that we had. We were lying. I mean, literally like telling people that the people you could see are made up. They're not actually there serving the department. I mean, just craziness, right?
Yeah. Mm.
But the incumbent board, the board that had hired me, and actually, let me take one step back. It's very important for me to say I didn't know the board before they were my board, right? I didn't know these individuals. Um, I had only lived in the community for about a year, so you're not meeting those neighbors, right?
Yeah.
And so May 2nd, 2023 is the election date. I had a board that supported me and my vision that had hired me. They were running on a campaign of like, look at the success in the last 6 months. We want to continue to serve. And this other party was just kind of being abrasive and like causing drama. So
Hmm.
because of that, the incumbent board hires the law firm that represented the fire district or the special district to administer the election. That way, nobody can say something wonky happened. Literally, a law firm ran it, right?
Hmm.
So I thought that was a good choice. Obviously, they wanted to hold it at the fire station, so I was in contact with them of how they would take over the fire station. I would work from home and stay away. I didn't vote in this election. I wasn't present for it. And so, literally, May 2nd, 2023, I show up. Before the sun rises, I unlock the door for who the lady she's a paralegal, but her role was the designated election official, and
Hmm.
she's the one that has oversight to make sure all the laws are followed, all this stuff. I leave, I go home. I'm working. And important note: this is a fire department, so people still dial 911 whether there's an election going on. There isn't, right? Um, so I think the third call of the day is what places me at the fire station, but respond to this guy's home. He's having difficulty breathing. Um, the paramedics requested that we call a medevac in, and that medevac landing site is at the fire station just outside the station. So I go there. I set up the LZ. I land the helicopter. In comes the ambulance, and the guy has gone into cardiac arrest, and now we're doing CPR.
Oh,
So that gentleman, unfortunately, he doesn't make it. We worked him for about 30 minutes right there in the parking lot.
jeez.
Uh, yeah, and that's a normal day, I would say, in the fire service. Like it is what it is. Like that's the type of business that we do, and it's actually very important to like the integrity of the story too, right? Like there's actual people that need this help. Uh, so I take
I can vouch for you guys a lot because I worked in the casinos here in Lake Tahoe for several years, and it was like sometimes several times a night we called the fire department, and they came in and responded like so fast and did such great work. Amazing, amazing, amazing guys. Yep.
yeah, 100, and that's what the tug will be as we get into stories. Like I have a love for serving my community and being in the fire service. So um anyways, yeah, we work this guy. We do everything we can. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't bring people back. So myself, the paramedic, and I think their lieutenant go back to the house, and I am the local fire chief. It is my job to break that news. I've done it way more times than I would like to, but you console the family, let them know we did everything we could, answer their questions, try to comfort them best you can. So after that process, I go back to the fire station. And now we're about midday through the election. The day that we talk about on May 2nd, 2023 was a 12-hour window of time for the voting all that. So we're about halfway through at this point. I get back in my chief SUV, I think I had a Tahoe, right? So I'm getting ready to pull out, and a voter comes up to me, and she's like, "Hey, I need to report something to you. It's super alarming." And I'm like, "Okay," like, and I'm not thinking something crazy is coming. I'm just kind of trying to get back into my daily mode after this call.
Right.
And she says, "Oh, so look," and she shows me a picture on her phone, and it's a poll watcher standing within. So they cone off an electioneering box. Have you ever been to the polls?
Yeah.
That's like a very sacred perimeter. Basically, there's some very specific rules on what you're allowed to do in that. So she shows me a picture on her phone. She took this poll watcher inside of that zone, standing there on her cell phone. And so, just to begin with, that in and of itself is against the statute. The statute very plainly reads like no cell phones, no recording devices, no tabulating votes. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of rules, right? And we'll get back into that. But
Okay.
I was like, oh, yeah, that's concerning. She goes, no, no, that's not what's concerning. And I'm like, okay. So she tells me she had stuffed her ballot in the box after, filling it out behind the screen. and she was walking out. Well, that poll watcher was a few steps ahead of her, so she could hear this lady coming out of the fire station on her phone. And what she told me was that what she heard was, "Did you pay them? Is this the vehicle pulling in right now?" And you can see her, and I'll come back to this again, but uh, and then the lady reports that, like, I saw her motion these two people over, get in close to them, and tell them who to vote for, and then they went in. And I was like, oh, that is super concerning. And so I then take her inside to the designated election official to file that complaint. Again, I leave. This isn't actually any of my business. I'm not associated with the election.
Sure.
I just happen to be the fire chief, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the day goes by. I show back up, I think at like 8 p.m. So the whole 12-hour day is over to secure the fire station again, right? And I always describe it. I see the DEO again, and I describe her as she looks like she just fought Mike Tyson for 15 rounds.
Wow.
You know, not black and blue, but like just worn down, like heavy and tired, you know? And I'm like, you all right? You know, she's got to drive like 2 hours back home. And she's like, this day was insane. It was crazy. I'm like, well, hey, get home safe. If you need anything, let me know. I lock the door. I go home again, right?
Mm.
At that time, we did know the results. And so the results were all five of those individuals that were non incumbents won.
Wow.
And what I'll say is, one, incumbents are always favored in every election.
Absolutely.
Two, when you're running on a campaign of like logistical, logical, like people can see its success. Generally, you have a pretty strong grasp of that. So it was a surprise to hear that all five non-incumbents won. But the more surprising thing was we knew the vote count, and the vote count happened to be like 3 times higher than the expected turnout was. And so that's just a little nugget in your brain, right? When you're like, oh, that's odd. So
Mm.
I didn't really care. I didn't concern myself with who won because, again, my job is fire chief. I'm contracted to be the fire chief. That's my job. You know, I don't have allegiance to people, um, and so I go about it. Well, a day or two later, I'm in the local market. You know, I always say this. I was a fire chief, so you know, I did like hamburger helper for my kids. But so I'm probably buying that, and another person comes up. She's like, "Hey, I need to tell you something about the election." And I was like, okay, what was it, you know? And that person tells me, well, when I was voting, I was being recorded from the poll watchers, and like very rude comments and looks and all this stuff. Like I felt intimidated while I was casting my ballot. And I
Mm.
was like, oh, well, that's concerning. You need to reach out to the DEO again. Here's the contact information. But I followed up with that deal. I called her. She's the paralegal in the law firm that represents the fire district. I've worked with them on a professional basis for, it's like 6 months at that point, maybe a year. Um, Somewhere in between that time span, right? But I know them. So I call again, and I go, hey, I just heard this. Somebody's gonna be calling you. And she's like, yeah, we've gotten like 3 or 4 other complaints now. We're actually really concerned of what took place. And I'm like, okay, what do you guys want me to do? And they're like, nothing. Like, we're working with the incumbent president who's in that sort of, you would call it a lame duck, right?
Yeah.
She's got, a month, 45 days until the term is up and the new people take over, but she's still the president. So they were talking to her. Um, I'll say, I had heard this. So I always describe this, Michael, as like this fire in my belly that I call it like a morality fire, right? I'm grappling with like the things that I've heard, but I'm also working. And I also go home to my 2 teen girls that I have full custody of. And this is my livelihood, being a fire chief. And I gotta look them in the face. And whatever decisions I make affect them. And that's a very heavy weight as a dad, especially a single dad, I think, Um, so I tuck them in one night, go to bed, and I literally tell everybody this openly. It's not normal to have an out loud conversation with yourself, but I did. And I sat on my bed and I'm like, okay, you've heard these things. Your mind's running. Your stomach's burning because you can't ignore it. But Eric, you idiot, this is not a good thing for you to do because if these
Yeah.
people find out, they're going to get rid of you. And then I can't feed
So
these
you
girls.
were already feeling that, huh?
Yeah, I know. I knew from the moment that I got involved in this, like the ramifications could be extreme.
Yeah. Why do you think they targeted that community with these five to come in and take over?
Well, they all live in that community. This is an answer everybody has always asked me, and I don't know the answer because
Sure.
there's ego, there's local popularity. If you The thing that I saw that made the most sense is if you control a fire department with over $1 million budget, and you live in this housing and development or an HOA, which these people happen to be all associated with,
Uh,
you can spend all of that money to improve the services for yours and ignore the rest, right?
wow.
And there's some status that comes with it, but there's no like these people aren't making $100,000 to serve on the board, right? There's not like a financial gain to be made per se. So it has always been this weird thing
Hmm.
of why would somebody go to the extremes that I'll detail here in a few minutes, but um, it just never made sense
Yeah.
except
Ha- ha-
except for ego.
Have you seen anything else in other surrounding communities that were anyone else talk about how it was some anomalous things that were happening as far as voting?
Well, again, Tina
Right.
Peters was like on trial during this time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the in Colorado it was pretty like we had turned the page of the 2020, but like now Tina's being prosecuted. People are a little bit more opened up. And I think conservative America was like the mail-in voting scheme was a bunch of BS to begin with.
Absolutely.
And so um I don't know. I think we all are influenced by the circles that we have in
Sure.
communities. And so my community was firefighters, right? Like
Hmm.
it was a conversation topic, but it wasn't something that was like how I am now. You know what I mean? Where like every day I'm looking
I,
into
I
stuff.
grew up in a family of fire chiefs. My uncle, both my cousins were fire chiefs. Very, very conservative. Very, they didn't talk about anything.
Right.
All of them were quiet. And I've noticed that about firefighters. Very, very humble, very quiet. But widespread. I remember visiting Colorado, Denver. I had a buddy. I used to be into tracking and survival stuff, and I had a buddy that was there. And I remember going to Denver, and it was a very, very conservative place at the time.
Yeah.
Seems to have radically changed. It's like what happened?
Yeah. It's a third world country now, man. Denver's horrible. Yeah. So I will say this. Since I've learned more about this, I think this was very prevalent before my knowledge of it. And I know that because what I compared to my situation was happening in the school district that my kids were going to was just this ideological battle
Oh
and
my God,
lawsuits and all, you know.
widespread everywhere. Wow.
Yeah, and so I've come to realize, man, um, that what I'll detail as we go through this story
Yeah.
happens, and that is how people at local elections continue to have power, how they take over school boards and feed just vile, nasty agenda to our children while they're young and impressionable.
Hmm.
It's been super awakening to be a part of this and then go, oh, this isn't. I'm not some anomaly. I'm not.
Oh wow.
This happens in everywhere in every election probably. I just happen to have it on film. uh,
It
uh,
sounds like you got some great evidence, and I heard you on another show, and wow, you have it outlined so very well. So let's jump into that and how you got the video. This is amazing. So again, you're very conservative, very humble, very quiet. Do your job, but when you see something wrong, you have one of the rare people have really dug deep, found out great information that could serve humanity, and you were crushed for it.
yeah, but and we'll talk about that. But I'm far more blessed than I was. I'm harmed, I guess. But
Sure.
so literally that night that I was telling you about sitting on my bed, I was just like super struggling with this, man. It's back to Pinocchio, the Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder, right? He's telling me what the right thing to do is, and literally I made a promise to myself out loud. I said, look, my character and what I believe in my morality and integrity has never been for sale. And so if something's wrong, it is my job as a public servant, as a veteran, as a citizen of the United States of America, to stand against it. And I said, they're going to come after you. There's going to be retaliation. There's going to be ramifications of this. Are you prepared to handle that? As a single dad, two daughters downstairs sleeping. And I said, you know what? Whatever it is, I will take it on.
Hmm.
And I made the decision right then and there that is still guiding me 2.5 years later today, that whatever this fight took, I was going to fight it. So the next day I wake up, I go to work, I put my uniform on, I get off duty. So like 4 in the afternoon, I go home, I change, get in my personal truck, and I go to Walmart. I buy a couple thumb drives, and I drive to another business location, which is this third party company that manage the security system of the fire station. So they're a remote site, they're like 15, 20 minutes down the road, but they own the servers, they own the equipment, they do all the IT work. They're the ones that have it, not me, the fire chief. So I go in there, and the best way to relate this is a FOIA. Everybody understands what a FOIA is. I didn't have to go that official route because I knew how to go straight to the company, obviously. That's a little bit of inside knowledge, but like anybody could have. The typical route that FOIA would have happened was that somebody would have FOIA requested, or in Colorado, it's called a CORA, Colorado Open Records Act. They would submit that to the fire department. The fire department would contact the third party company. They would get what is requested, they would give it over. I was able to shortchange that because I already knew who the company was, right? So I go to them. I do this as Eric Holt, not fire chief. This is a very important part of this.
Yeah.
I'm in plain clothes. I pay out of my own bank account, my personal account, not the department's. I don't identify myself as the fire chief, although I'm sure that they knew, right? But there is nuance to that distinction. So I go home next day. I think it was, they called me. Could have been 2 days. It's been a couple years. But I go pick this thumb drive up, and they're like, "Here you go, man." And I always joke, it's funny look in retrospect, but like I always say it tingled like I was holding a nuke launch code or something on this thumb drive, because it was scary, man. And not in fear, like combat fear, like I wasn't shooken by it, but the unknown and what I had heard. So I go home, I do the dad thing, I put the kids to bed again. Um, I sit down and I'm like, what the hell am I looking for? I don't even know what to look for, right? And then I'm a fire chief. I'm not an investigator. I don't know election law. So I go on Google and I type in Colorado election laws. And lo and behold, Google does what Google does. And it spit me back a link. And I clicked it and I read through it. And there's a list of rules. So I print that list of rules out and I set it right here next to my laptop. And I open the thumb drive. And what it is 4 folders. Folder one has 12 1 hour clips in it because it's camera one for a 12-hour day.
Hmm.
And camera two, three, and four, right? Well, camera four was not activated for all of the 12 hours. So the total footage ends up being just under 48 hours. Okay. And I start watching. Folder one, hour one, and I just start playing it. And the first thing that jumped out at me was a poll watcher. And just to give you a layout of the room, the camera's in the far corner of the back side of the room. So you can see everybody walk in the front door. There's the election staff at a table here. And then at the end of it, directly under the camera, but it's behind them, is the poll watcher station. And these poll watchers, there's 6 of them. 5 of them are for the winning candidates, assigned by those candidates to be their poll watchers. And one that I didn't know. I didn't know this guy, but there was like 12 total candidates for 5 seats. So as I'm watching, I see one of the poll watchers open a laptop. Well, rule one is no recording devices, no electronic devices is like rule, whatever. Well, she flips that open and you can see her screen because the camera's behind her that she's recording the room.
Wow.
And so I was like, oh, well, that's a rule. Let me put a tally mark on the law violations and just keep track of them that way.
Mm-hmm.
So over the next few days, I go through 48 hours of footage or just under, just shy. And I come back to that paper with all the rules listed, and there's hundreds of tally marks. And I'm like, huh, okay, so nobody violates the law hundreds of times on one day or a group of people. That's not an accident, man. Um, and so once I did that, I was like, all right, there's got to be a scheme, and I need to show it if I'm going to ever, take this to the next level or to anybody official. So I go back through it. And now I'm piecing together what all those hundreds of tally marks mean into, is there a scheme or is there not? And so the first thing I did was I go to that call. Remember, I told you I'd run an emergency incident and went and told the family. So I knew about the time from my call card, my dispatch CAD, what time I was there at the fire station, and what that complaint was that the lady told me. So I find that, and it's the outside camera, which was camera 2. It might have been 3 actually, but it's got high definition video with audio. And so I find it. The lady's walking out on her cell phone. Again, the cell phone in the electioneering box is already a violation. But I can hear the wind is out there, so I don't hear the "did you pay him" part. But I very clearly heard her say, "Is this the vehicle pulling into the station?" Okay, cool. Motions these people over, and I can hear them come together and her start to talk to them and tell them who to go vote for. And I was like, that's enough to corroborate what that complaint was.
Hmm.
But it also confirmed to me, if she's on the cell phone receiving people, that means somebody is off site coordinating something. We have a scheme afoot,
Yeah,
right?
I have a large scale
Yeah.
corruption going on there. It's not just the people that are being voted into office, but also the poll watchers, and then they're paying people. So there's money involved, and where'd that money come from? Wow, this is
It
big.
gets, yeah.
It's big.
Yeah. So then I keep watching, Michael, and I go back inside camera, no audio in there, right? So it's kind of it's difficult to see what's going on. But what I caught was some very overt like hat tips or thumbs up or pointing as people would leave the voting screens and they would go to where they put the ballot in the box that's locked. But in that transition, they're interacting with those poll watchers. And I was like, okay, small town, if you know somebody, but not hundreds of people, right? That would be
Sure.
a little bit more than a coincidence. But what I eventually caught is those poll watchers at that table. When somebody comes in,
Mhm.
they fill out their ballot and then they leave and they tip. They were clicking, and I finally caught a very clear image where they're comparing these track counters, where the little round thing where you click. And so I go, oh, that's what they're doing, but that's not enough as of yet to guarantee an election outcome. You can know the total count, and you can somewhat count who you think's favorable to you, but it doesn't guarantee it, right? So camera 4, I pull that up. Camera 4 was an engine bay where the fire engine parks in the garage,
Mhm.
uh, 365 days or 364 days out of that year. This one day we had moved it outside so they could have their space. Um, well, they had set up the official ballot counting room in there, and they did it right under a high definition camera with audio.
Mm.
And this is the most alarming one, Michael, man. So I start watching it, and the first thing, like, I imagine, like, I can't even watch a movie on Netflix without kind of like slouching. I'm a pretty busy body guy, so all of this footage is not super fun to watch. It's not entertaining.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of just drab, and my interest is limited in it. But the audio and this election judge is like reading ballots. Now this is post election. I didn't. There was nothing on the day of, right, where I could tap in and counter anything. But this is a week or two later. She's counting these or the names, or she's reading out who's voted for, right? And every time she does that, there's a click, 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 and I catch the click, and I'd like magnify it in, and there's a poll watcher sitting like this, and they would call out the 5 names on that ballot, and he go click, and if I can hear on camera, you're damn sure that the person 3 feet away, that's a paid election judge, can hear that.
Wow.
And man, I'm like, I was kind of slouched back just watching these things, and the paid election judge like makes this as a joke, and I didn't think it was a joke then, and I don't now. She goes, "Ha ha ha ha! This election's so fixed," and they all kind of laugh, and I shot up, and I was like, "What did she just say?" So there was another one where a new set of poll watchers come in, and this same paid election judge is like, the DEO said this was going to be contentious, and blah blah, and she told us we had to dot every I and cross every T, and I told her who's going to follow or who's going to enforce these rules, not me. I'm not going to do it. And they like are joking about it, and I'm like,
Wow.
holy. So the final part of it was one of the candidates, three of the poll watchers met on the outside camera directly underneath it. They couldn't have picked a better spot. But they literally detailed what the vote count was that they were guaranteed to win. And then the other poll watcher was like, "Yeah, just so you know, like we've been in there counting and they don't care. And so these are the vote totals. Like you won, you're gonna be happy." Uh and I was like, "Well, that's it. That's a slam dunk, man. Like the
Right.
whole scheme I have on HD video." And so I reached back out to the attorney and I'm like, "Hey, this is what I found."
Mm.
Uh, I haven't talked to her in a few days. There's kind of like a three-part thing happening at this time. Like the incumbent president and the attorney were talking, right? And
Mhm.
she was aware of like their concerns. So the incumbent president filed a court injunction saying, "Hey, the election is met. There's something wrong here."
Mm.
I was talking to the attorney without knowledge of that going on, right? And I told her what I found. She's like, "Look, I gotta call the DA on this. Like, there's something here, and if what you have is like, we need to report this." And I'm like, "Okay, cool," And so I was super naive back then to how all this stuff unfolds and corruption and how it goes. So I called the DA's office, and I'm like, "Hey, I need to talk to the DA," and they're like, "No." I'm like, "Well, who can I talk to? I need to report something." And so they're like, "Oh, well, somebody will call you back." So in between that, the attorney tells me she filed a thing with the DA. Well, they reach back out to me, and I meet a DA investigator. He is a post certified law enforcement officer that investigates crimes, right? So I meet with this guy. I show him not 40 hours. I sat with him for about an hour or two, right? But I
Yeah.
give him the high level stuff,
Yeah.
and I gave him that tally sheet that I had or a copy of it. And he tells me like it's blatantly clear. I
Yeah.
got you, man.
Slam dunk. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that meeting with him happened May 19th, 2023. Okay. On May 24th, the people that were elected or had won the election decided they didn't want to wait. They've been notified that there's a criminal investigation. They don't want to wait for June 10th transition or the possibility that the court injunction that was filed on May 15th is successful or that somebody gets arrested. So on May 24th, they hold a meeting and they tell the community, "We have seized power. We are in charge."
Wow.
And I write to the attorney. There's a memorandum that is posted on my socials, but I literally put it out there like, "Hey, I need to know who the board is." Basically, she calls me and she as a law firm said, "We have a conflict of interest. I can't represent these people while I am the one that reported them to the DA's office." And I go, "Well, I'm the fire chief and I don't really have that option." Like the fire department still has to run. um, and these people come in with a fury, man. Their first action was an email to me, and the first item on this list of things was give them the login and password and the location of the security system.
Wow. So they didn't think that anyone would, look at that, evidently.
I don't think they did. I think they thought, they could scheme their way out of this.
Yeah.
And in their defense, they have so far. Um, but I'll get to that. I'll get to how they got out of this. Um, they do that. Of course, I called the DA investigator. I'm like, hey, these people want. He's like, don't give it to them, you know. And so he is talking to me that they have an active criminal investigation, and like they call and they're like, "Are you investigating us?" And he's like, "Yeah," you know. And so they start holding all these meetings. Like they even held this other meeting that they declared that they were doing it at like the library instead of the fire station because there was a security system at the fire station. Now, I'm a law-abiding dude. I don't care if there's a camera on me or there isn't when I go into a public building, right?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I have some personal beliefs against some of that, but uh, nonetheless, like security systems in American culture are somewhat acceptable. That like they're a security thing. You feel safer if anything happens that you're on camera, right? Um, so they attack it. They go after the fact that there's a security system. Then the next day, May 26th, I get a phone call and they're like, we froze the bank accounts. And I'm like, who the hell freezes bank accounts for a fire department? What's the logical thing there? And so just to speed up, this is like day by day, absolute chaos. They're harassing the firefighters. They're
Wow.
making threats at people. They're threatening me. Um, and I just kind of like go through it and I'm dealing with and I'm believing that this criminal investigation will work itself out. My job is to keep the fire department operating, right?
Yeah.
Well, on June 6th, the insurance company calls and says we didn't get paid, and they're about the fifth or sixth call that I had gotten, as well as payroll got screwed up, right? And so the thing that I had been told was we froze the bank accounts, but we're allowed to individually approve things, and so nothing will get delayed. Well, that wasn't true. So what had happened is this guy Paul Del Toro, who's the board president, one of those elected people, went to the bank account and posed as if he had legal authority to over those bank accounts. Well, the bank manager agreed to it in that meeting, but the bank's legal department went, wait a minute, this guy is not a signatory on this bank account. He can't come in and freeze it. And so they put a bank fraud hold on the bank account.
Yeah.
And so he did not come clean at that point. And so, as bills go to process, they're not getting paid and getting kicked back. So the insurance I had given him the invoice on May 30th. He had signed this document that he was aware of it. I was just sort of playing because I didn't actually know who the board was, right? Legally speaking. But all these things were trying to get themselves worked out with the court, the criminal investigation, law firms, all this stuff. I'm just trying to keep on. Well, the insurance said, we didn't get paid. We're going to cancel your insurance. And so they call me in a panic. And on June 6th, I get told, shut the fire department down. We don't have insurance. And I did that, and the news and every local community member came screaming. As you can imagine, the fire department is shut down and can't respond to calls.
Mm.
And that lasted about 4 hours, 5 hours. Well, at the time that this all happened, I didn't know everything that I know now from court discovery. But what took place is at 3:18 or something in PM, Paul paid the invoice. He sends the insurance company the wire confirmation number and everything. At 4:30, he called me, the fire chief, and said, shut the fire department down. Why would you, after you paid it, wait an hour and 20 minutes and then shut the fire department down unless you're scheming, right?
Trying to sabotage.
Yeah.
So I think all of them should be under criminal investigation for sabotaging a well-run fire department and, pushing you out of, having been the guy that made it what it is. So it's just a clear-cut case for them to be, charged and get fined or prison time or something. Jeez.
Yeah. So yeah, just to kind of like get through this, like on May 19th, I had met with that criminal investigator. On June 22nd, 33 days later, these people that have seized power fire me from my job. And they tell the community, and they hold this meeting and said it was my fault that this insurance never got paid. and I put the community at risk and all this stuff, and they fire me. And they do it in very humiliating, public fashion. They literally rented a movie popcorn machine, and were serving it like this was a party while I'm losing my livelihood, right? Um, so I have to go home to my daughters and tell them I've lost my job, and this is where I give credit to my girls. They are badasses, man. They just looked me in the face and they said, "You'll figure it out. We're good." And I was just like, because as a dad, man, that's a hard conversation to have. But I filed a lawsuit, man. First Amendment retaliation case in the federal court of Colorado. And at the time, my attorney's like, "Look, we'll get your job back. This will be quick. Blah blah blah. Give us a month." I'm like, "All right, cool." So that didn't happen. The people I'm suing throw up a defense of every procedural move that they can. They initially motion to dismiss it right away. Go through like limited discovery. They file for a summary judgment, and that took 2 years. So
Oh,
from July 2023 until
so
May
what
of
about the bigger
25.
case, the case of obvious fraud in the election? What
Yeah.
happened with the police and the DA and the court system? Wow, this looks like even bigger and bigger fraud.
Yeah, we're about to reach the mountaintop on this. So May of 25, I get notified, man. Your case is dismissed on summary judgment. And the judge's ruling was I was the fire chief. And because I was the fire chief, me investigating and me cooperating with law enforcement was just part of my job duties. Therefore, I am not protected by the First Amendment. Because in First Amendment retaliation, associated with workplace, right? The first thing that you have to pass, the first hurdle, there's 5 of them in the Garcetti Pickering balancing test. And, the first one is an official duty. And she determined it was an official duty of mine to investigate election fraud and cooperate with law enforcement. And so she dismissed my case. So I called the attorney, or he called me, I'm sorry, that I have. I have paid, at this point, it's been 2 years. I've sold my home in Colorado. I gave him, at this point, almost $90,000 after selling my home. I have no job. It takes me over a year to find any employment again. I moved halfway across the country and I'm living in my stepdad's backyard in a camper trailer with my daughters. This is how far the retaliation is, and we have fallen in this. I have given this attorney every penny I have to keep fighting this battle because it was my only hope. So he calls and he goes, "Hey man, you lost your case. The judge got it wrong. I think we can win an appeal. Do you want to do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is my only, recourse. I have no other options in life." And he's like, "Okay, cool. I'll do that, but you got to give me 50,000 up front and pay me $4,000 a month through the process." And I'm like, "I'm living in a camper, bro. Like I've given you $100,000 to do this already." And he goes, "Well, you got like 14 days to file the appeal. If you can't pay me, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like crushed, dude. I'm crushed. I've lost everything. And this is a pivotal moment. I'll get to what you asked in just a sec. But I have 2 teenage daughters and a girlfriend. Teenage girls chat like there's no, there's never going to be another conversation. They got to get it in now. So the day that I get this phone call from my attorney and I know I don't have a lawyer going forward, I'm eating dinner with them and they're just chatting away. But it's almost like I'm sure you've been around an IED blast, that that like ringing where you don't hear anything for a few minutes. That's what it felt like. I couldn't hear them talking, and my mind is just running again. Like, "You idiot! You made a mistake. How could you do this?" And in that moment, man, that dad rage came out of me. I said, "There's no way these girls will ever see me quit anything in life. I'll never show them that lesson." And so, like, I come back, and like the hearing comes back in, and in that moment, I decided whatever it took. I made the promise that night on my bed that I would fight and fight and fight. And so I literally finished dinner and went and started reading case law. And I filed my appeal pro se in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. And I started that process. And then my buddy Fragoza owns Collecting Head Media. He's a buddy I went to high school with. He's one of my best friends. He's like, you're not quitting, right? And I'm like, no, I'm gonna do this, man. I'm gonna do it pro se. And he told me, start your Justice for Hope pages. Those are the ones I still run. He said, just walk around and tell the story in 5 to 10 minute clips and start doing it. And so I started doing that, and I started every night. When you file an appeal, it's actually pretty quick, but it costs like $800 to do it. But then you go on the clock where you have to start filing briefs. And now I'm in the world of trying to be an attorney, and so I'm reading case law, hundreds and hundreds of pages every night.
Wow.
And I draft my appellate briefs. They file their response, and of course, they just slam me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm pro se and all this stuff. And then I file my response, which is your final word. And I thought I did really well on it. I started somewhat reaching out to people to tell my story. I mean, in this transition, before I started pro se, my attorney didn't want me to speak, and so nobody knew my story, and it was just all part of like sharing it while doing these. So in the appellate brief, and this is where I get to answer your question, I'm reading thousands and thousands of pages of case law, of the discovery materials, all of it.
Mm.
And in that process, man, one night I was just reading and reading and reading, and I go to sleep. In the dead of my sleep, I shot up out of my sleep because two pieces of information connected in my dream, I guess. But what it was is I was reading that day the investigation file from that criminal investigation. And all I had ever gotten was a phone call after I'd lost everything and been fired that they were not filing charges on everybody and closing it. And I was like, how? How is that possible? It's on high definition camera. And they were really rude to me. And he was like, you know what? Just you can open record request, didn't get the files, goodbye. And he hung up on me. And in that, the very last supplement, so every time they do like a report, it's called a supplement. So supplement 18 was signed by Chief Deputy District Andrew Vaughn on August 1st, 2023. So just a month after, basically, I had been fired. But what was crazy about it was I filed my lawsuit and they had gotten served July 28th of 2023. So 3 days later, and I was like, that's weird timing. Well, when you have an attorney, you don't necessarily know who you're litigating against. So remember that guy's name was Andrew Vaughn. Well, the law firm I litigate against and still am litigating against is named Vaughn and DeMuro Law. And so uh, I called a private investigator. I looked up this Kinetic Investigations out of Evans, Georgia. Uh, is one of the top like intel guys in the army. He's now retired. I trusted him. I send him this, and he gets me a report back, and I go, "Is Vaughn and DeMuro Law connected to Andrew Vaughn, who works at the DA's office?" And I send him what I have, and he sends me a report back that says yes. The lead attorney for Vaughn and DeMuro is the father of the chief deputy district attorney that ended your criminal investigation. And when I had that, I went back to the timeline, and it's clear as day. The people that were caught on camera and fired me hire Vaughn and DeMuro Law, or the insurance does. And 3 days later, the guy's son from the law firm is the chief deputy district attorney, the number two. He steps in, says, end this investigation as a no file.
Wow.
And so now I have a conflict of interest and a father and son. And you want to find out how deep corruption goes against a normal citizen that does the right thing in life. This is the odds against Greenback. Yeah. And so just to kind of get us where we're at currently, if I can, if you have any, I mean, do you have any more questions, Michael, on that?
Oh, that's good. Wow, this is amazing.
It hasn't been amazing to live through. I'll tell you that. Like,
yeah, I mean, amazing reveal.
Yeah.
It really sucked for you, bad, and your family.
Yeah, just at every twist and turn, there was more corruption, man. So I write the DA's office. Michael Allen is the elected DA there. I put it out on X like, hey, I discovered this. This needs to go to a special prosecutor outside the jurisdiction to review this. Um, he followed me back on X, so I immediately messaged him like, "What the f, man?" You know, and I'm not like super nice to him because his office has screwed me over.
Yeah.
So he has somebody look into it, I'll say. And that guy, I recorded the phone call when he called me. It's on my socials. He's an asshole, plain and simple. He tells me there's nothing there. He can't see nothing, yada yada. Well, I went back to my files and guess who he was having parties with and stuff. Well, that law firm. So I have his name listed in party invitations and stuff. So there's even deeper corruption, right? Um, so I've filed something with DOJ civil rights. I haven't heard back from them unfortunately yet, but it's only been maybe a month since I did that. I'm waiting on a panel assignment for the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm confident in that. Because of me sharing my story, I was on Tina Peters' show with Yehuda Miller, guest hosting. That got me the attention of a guy named Joe Altman, who does Conservative Daily or Untamed podcast. He had me on his show. Joe is an amazing dude. He actually just announced, I think last week, he's running for governor. So if you live in Colorado and you want to see the change of this corruption, vote for Joe Altman for governor. Just to plug him, but he's been so helpful, man. He put me in touch with a couple like contacts that put me in touch with another attorney, and I finally had Mountain States Legal Foundation come forward and to take my case pro bono in the 10th Circuit. So that's a huge victory for me to just have. Pro se, you're very limited. At least I've got some heavy hitters now helping me. Um, and they'll do the oral arguments once that comes. Unfortunately, last week, which is crazy because this story is, almost going to be 3 years old here. But last week, that attorney filed a lawsuit against me that was representing me. So I've given this guy over 100 grand that he has been able to, pocket. He recovered nothing from me or for me. I'm sorry. And is now suing me saying that I owe another $50,000. So now I have a third case that I have to fight for the guy that was supposed to be my ally.
Corrupt system, obviously.
Yeah. So, this I'm not one to ask for things, but this is where I plug. If anybody wants to help to the defense fund, I do have the Gibson Go and the GoFundMe. If you'll throw those up, maybe I can get enough to not be sued by the very attorney while I am able to fight this stuff. A victory is on it is on the horizon. There, when you don't shut up and you keep fighting, and you come on great shows like this, Michael. Thank you for having me on, man. Like Americans rally around each other. Here's the thing, and here's a challenge. I don't like to ask for this, but the lady that and I'm sitting here trying to fight, and it's just hard. But I believe in the citizens of this country, and I believe that they'll rally around me, put their arms around me and my kids, and we'll carry this through to a victory. And nobody takes you serious until you have a court victory.
Yeah,
but they'll face it someday. I promise you that. I am not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's great. Good job, Eric. And we've had Alpha Warrior on. I don't know if you follow him or know him, but he was kind of in your situation. They were coming after him, destroying his life, and we got behind him as a community. Helped him. He said when he came on my show, he had like $50 in his bank account, and the FBI is coming after him. The LADA, all kind of crazy stuff. And so the community stepped in and helped him out, and now he's winning cases against them. And so this is the way it's done. Community support, because we have obviously a group that is entrenched, and we can't get them out with the voting system as it is right now, because they're obviously there where you're at, and then they're all backing each other up. Everybody. Geez, it's like you can't win against the system, but we can if we start to work together. And this is great to have, people come on and talk about their situations. Tina Peters,
great Tina,
kind of similar. kind of similar situation where she's basically exposing the corruption, and now she's in prison. So at least you're not in Colorado anymore. Don't let them come get you. So,
yeah. No, I consider myself a political exile for sure. And Michael, Tina has suffered so much more than I have. Her case is number one every day of the week. I mean, I'm so fully behind her. She's such a great woman that has been persecuted. But yeah, this is how they do it. This is lawfare, right? So
yeah.
For 3 years I've fought this and I haven't been able to get it into court and show the evidence. If you continue to fight, you do get past procedure. And so what the defense here is they bankrupt you, and if they can bankrupt you, then they don't have to fight the evidence. They'll just file motions to stall, or this technicality, that technicality. That's as far as I've ever gotten so far. But if I win this appellate case, they have to face the evidence. And that's how you win. That's how, Ash in America on X and all those, like, they were pro se, but you have to get past those procedural hurdles, and you got to be willing to fight for years at a large expense. But I'm doing it, man, and I'm going to win this.
Yeah, good job. I believe you are. So, we have all your links in the description box. So if anybody wants to support you, which I highly appeal to everybody. So like I said, we can't win unless we support each other. So yeah, we'll definitely support you, and hopefully we'll get some, have you back on where you're talking about your victories in the future. That'd be great.
Yeah, I can't wait to come back on for that. So yeah, please go to my Facebook, guys. If you're listening, if you can't donate, please don't harm your own lives to help me. But if you can follow and share, that helps get the story out, man. So I'm so grateful to you, Michael. Keep fighting for all of us, man. You use your platform. You're a stud of a dude for us in this country.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's how can I not be? Look at this. It's crazy. And like we're saying, you got to stand up to it. If you don't, they'll continue to take over our country and destroy it. So
yeah, look what they're doing in Minneapolis, right? They'll steal all of our money and fight against us for stopping.
I didn't even know that about that one woman that was trying to run.
Yeah, over $1 million.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagami, best-selling author, multiple books on the Confessions of Illuminati, and also The Rise and Fall of a Frankish Monster, where he focuses on Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. And when we did that show, Leo, I think that was our best performing show ever. You really, revealed some things that people didn't have any clue about, myself included. So, but now we're looking at, and I think your recent article on your website about Trump takes Venezuela, Putin will take the rest of Ukraine, and China will take Taiwan. It's kind of like the New World Order just keeps on going in a certain instance. What are your thoughts?
First of all, let me focus on the new year. So happy New Year to all our viewers, aside from you and Tracy, of course. And we are here with a lot of news. The year is starting very fast, filled up with some astonishing events. Well, I wrote this article because I wanted to make some clarity here about what is really going on behind the scenes. Putin didn't really satisfy Trump, but at the same time, Trump knows very well that he can't go and do the same thing he did with Maduro, with Vladimir Putin. I mean, I know in the last few hours we had Zelensky saying, "Oh, maybe the next dictator," indicating, implying that Putin could end up like Maduro. Maduro didn't have 5,000 or 6,000 nukes to defend him. So, I mean, it's just an illusion to even state something like that. There is, of course, a lot of theater, and I wanted to point out in the article that it's not only about the oil. Of course, the oil is very important. We have been talking about it for a long time, and it's, of course, more important than any drug, export facility from Venezuela, which at that point you should invade the whole of Bolivia, Colombia, and so on, which is still possible. I mean, Trump is kind of also indicating he would be interested in moving against Colombia or Cuba. But in the case of Colombia, let's remember that we are talking about some of the most powerful narco traffickers in the world who deal with some of the most powerful mafias in the world. I mean, for example, Colombia has an exclusive deal with the Italian 'Ndrangheta, which is one of the most fierce mafias in south of Italy, from Calabria. They have a very good deal going on also with the Albanian mafia. I don't think that these people will take it lightly if their business was taken away suddenly by an invasion of sorts or some kind of operation. However, discussing a little bit this whole topic at the beginning of a new year. As you know, I've been talking about the Sino-Russian world order for a long time now, since volume 7. I also talked about Taiwan as the next objective of this new world order. We can basically claim with absolute certainty at this point that the old world order, the one that was in place since the end of the Second World War, which was called New World Order at the time, is no longer new, of course. It's dead. There is something new which is unveiling.
Oh, interesting.
And so it was actually this was also stated in an article that was published on Russia Today. And it's a statement that was also made by the Slovakian Prime Minister Fico. And so it's about the end, I repeat, of the United States of America acting as sheriffs of the world, because, of course, now they are in competition with Russia, which has even more nukes than we have, and China, which is building more and more a nuclear arsenal. Now, when I explained this in my books, I said that one of the great strategies behind the New World Order was, of course, Henry Kissinger. He was the guy who architected since the 50s the strategy of tension based on nuclear deterrence. So Taiwan, known also previously as Formosa Island, was and is of course historically linked with mainland China. But at that point, after Mao Zedong finished his long march, after the communists took control of the mainland, well, that was the moment in which Kissinger said to very directly to the Chinese, you don't have any nukes. We have them. We showed their potential in Japan. You could be next if you invade Taiwan. Now, we know that since then, that has created a balance, of course, in which certain nations recognize Taiwan, certain others don't recognize it, to not upset China. But the Sino-Russian world order now is in full motion. And Trump himself needs what is in Venezuela, which is not only oil. That is really only one of the, let's say, material interest. And it's part also, of course, of the Moro Doctrine, which we will have to discuss. But what is important, and is really not addressed by anybody at the moment, is the rare earth elements which are present on the border between Venezuela and Colombia, in a sort of no man's land ruled by guerrilla mercenaries and people who want to take from the Amazon, from one of the most important places for, of course, for nature and for the health of this planet. We have always said that, that the Amazon forest is like the lung of this planet. And it's there that the rare earths are creating a lot of interest, and they're not really discussed in any way, shape, or form by the majority of media that prefers to focus instead on the oil. So there is lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, scandium, along with major reserves of lithium, titanium. And this is really what the major power players here, which is United States, China, and Russia, need to develop the next kind of economy, which is based on robotics, which is based on artificial intelligence, electric vehicles. And at the same time, let's not forget that there is a lot of these rare earth elements which are also used within the military industrial complex, because they are part of the new technology of war, which is developing very fast and which will make obsolete the old technology. In a few years from now, we will have these Robocops, these military soldiers, which are also robots. We will have, of course, technology, which is, like I said, is developing right now, but needs certain resources, and those resources can't be found easily. If you remember, one of the proposals, the main proposal from Zelensky, then accepting it, but then not really signing it, but Trump was really eager to make him, was about the rare earth in Ukraine.
Yep.
When there was that famous confrontation in the White House that made us finally realize that maybe things were changing, that maybe finally we will have an end to this of this war. The whole thing was about recovering Armani, because one of the big disappointments here that might lead in the coming month to a fracturing of the MAGA movement, America First, is that the interests of America have to come first. And that is not happening at the moment. Right. Because it's so we were supposed to recover money by getting from Ukraine that rare earth in exchange, they are indebted with us, and they will repay us through those rare earth elements that we need.
Right.
It's not happening. It's not going to happen, because
I think you're onto something, because down in Venezuela, of course, they have the oil reserves, but they also have gold and silver mines that haven't really been tapped, and they have huge resources down there. So we know that silver and gold are like skyrocketing.
It's not only that. On the borders with Colombia, like I said, there is rare earth elements, and there was actually China that recently went to visit also.
Because that's interesting, because I'm looking at headlines, and Colombia is massing troops along the border. I wonder if it's in that area you're talking about.
Absolutely. That area is actually, yes, they're amassing at the border, but that area, like I said, is no man's land. Even the Colombian Navy that has sent one of their, major representatives there to patrol the area. They have difficulty. It's a really, we have to understand here. South America, it's still a very difficult place where there is area, and it's also a very vast place. And so, like I said, most mainstream media today talks about the oil, because that is what you find. If you simply Google, you're going to find, there is major interest. Of course, the reservoirs of Venezuela are bigger than Saudi Arabia, and this and that. But nobody talks about the rare earth, which for the economy of the future, the economy of the future is essential.
So you have Venezuela. You have Venezuela, where we're in the Monroe Doctrine. Trump has also talked about the Panama Canal.
Yes.
I was in a Panama Canal invasion. That was all about basically Noriega was like trying to strangle us from using the Panama Canal. So we came in and we built this, and we're going to take it back. So that happened. But in Ukraine, I totally understand. Yeah.
No, but because the thing is this, they thought they could maybe achieve a deal.
Yeah.
At one point, Putin, even in Alaska, talked to Trump about the possibility of himself giving rare earth, because they have rare earth in Russia to the US. So, it seemed like things were kind of balancing up. But then, as Putin doesn't want to actually leave those areas where the rare earth is in Ukraine, which the majority is in the Donbass area, and in those areas there. So the fact is, at one point, we have here 3 major players. These 3 major players need, in their eyes, to build the economy of the future. Aside from the Monroe Doctrine that, of course, Trump has mentioned in Mar-a-Lago yesterday morning, which is a very important doctrine, at least it was fundamental in the past 2 centuries. I mean, Monroe was a president in the early 19th century. Since then, the things have changed. At the time, if you see the threats against the United States were moved from Spain, from Portugal, from countries, colonial powers, which were on the other side of the ocean, including Great Britain. Of course, we fought for the liberation of this country and the independence of this country against Great Britain. So the Monroe Doctrine was, we don't want to have any interference, not only in the United States of America, but also in the whole of Americas. So South and Central America are part of our, not a protectorate, formally speaking, but almost, let's say. And in the light of that, you also can remember Operation Condor. You remember Operation Condor? Operation Condor was this campaign that the CIA conducted with all the various banana republics, right-wing dictatorship of the southern cone of South America, which involved coup d'etats and so on. Things that today I don't believe they will be possible, because today is more difficult to hide the information also. You have people simply with a phone in their pocket, which amplify what is happening on the ground. Now, let me tell you some anomalies, though, which I found in the last 24 hours since the operation conducted to arrest Maduro. We know that, of course, and everybody's talking about it, in Mar-a-Lago, Trump said that he will be in charge. Rubio next to him, because he's naturally involved. Also, he has Cuban origins. He always hates all the communists, rightly so. That's okay. I don't have anything against that. But there is a problem here. They said that the vice president, of course, will carry on. The woman vice president that will carry on this whole operation, in reality, is somebody that we find there since the time of Hugo Chavez. So she's a hardcore socialist.
Yeah,
she's a hardcore socialist.
I'm on board with that. Yeah.
Delcy Rodriguez is a hardcore socialist, but also we have an information that has surfaced in the mainstream media. The CIA had a key element of Maduro's inner circle to make this possible. So who was this CIA asset? And is the CIA asset safe? Is the CIA assets somebody that could be bought maybe by a better offer coming from China or Russia once things get too heated? What kind of, when we think of assets, we have to think of people who can turn around very quickly. You know the score. I mean, it's about
double, triple agents. Absolutely.
Yeah, So people at the moment are focusing on that situation, on the fact that, of course, she went on TV bombastically claiming we want back Nicolas Maduro, he's our president, give us back our president. Then we have China that has intervened. Then we have Russia that has intervened. Then we have Iran that has intervened. Of course, all the allies of the BRICS, including Lula in Brazil, everybody is against what Trump has done. Now, I agree that Maduro was a criminal of sorts, and he was basically a dictator who probably lost already an election and was there illegally. But the problem of conducting this operation is already visible in the mainstream news. Even you don't need to know. When China says we're going to use this as a template to take over Taiwan in the last few hours, and this actually was said after I wrote my article, which and I was like, okay, so it seems pretty clear that that what I wrote is correct.
Yeah, Maduro was meeting with the Chinese delegate just before he was captured. Yeah,
absolutely. But like I said, in the end, it's about a gangster kind of mentality on top of all this. So China, of course, says bring back Maduro. They are all friends with Maduro. If you actually see that video, you're going to see that there is a dialogue between them. And at one point, Maduro says to the representative, oh, I remember you 20 years ago with the other Xi Jinping, with the other Chinese president. So, I mean, these are people from, that go back a long time, because the communist infiltration of South America, especially of those communist dictatorships and regimes that surfaced in opposition to the United States, has always been. See, here it says, what sign are you? Of the horse, I'm of the tiger, and all this kind of BS, Chinese astrological BS. But in the end of the video, it becomes also very clear that these are two old acquaintances. So the Chinese have very much a link that goes directly to Xi Jinping and what he has said on New Year's Eve, which is also very important to state again. I mean, on New Year's Eve, this New Year's Eve, Xi Jinping said very clearly, we are one people. We have the reunification is unstoppable. He invoked the bond of blood and kingship. And that's it. I mean, it's very clear that there is going to be soon the reunification of Taiwan with China.
Yeah, they say it right here, reunification of China and Taiwan, calling Beijing's long-held goal unstoppable, invoking the bond of blood and kinship between Chinese people and Taiwan Strait. Yeah. So yeah, it's on. You're hitting on some really good stuff, Leo. The fall of the New World Order and the beginning of the new World Order. I like that.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Because let's remember, when this term was coined, it was, the end of the 1940s. It was a different world. We were in a world that saw basically two powers, not three powers. China is a problem now that in the end is a problem that was created by the Americans and by Kissinger and Nixon, because Kissinger and Nixon and George Bush Sr., who spent... George Bush Sr. was in Beijing in 1974 with Barbara Bush. Before becoming head of the CIA, he spent the whole year in Beijing. And then he became, of course, later on president of the United States. So here we have Kissinger, who was the guy who architected the strategy of using the nukes and the mutual deterrence strategy. But then he is a guy who is very, I mean, Kissinger is no longer with us. He died at the tender age of 100. He was a Sabbatean Frankist. As I explain in my book, somebody is citing the Sabbatean spread to Asiatic bread, and that's an interesting point.
I must have read your book.
Yes. The Asiatic Brethren, for those who are following us, and for those who have not read my book on Jeffrey Epstein, are a Masonic outlet of the Sabbatean Frankist, which opened up, let's say, the Masonic and Illuminati network to the Jews who were at the time not allowed to join it. And so the Asiatic Brethren functioned like that. But going back to Henry Kissinger was in a way part of that Asiatic Brethren because he was a key member of the Bohemian Club. Now, if you read my book, and you have read it on Jeffrey Epstein, you know that I focus also on the roots, historical roots of the Bohemian Club, which are traceable to a lodge of the Asiatic Brethren in Prague. So the link is absolutely there. And that's why it's very important to understand Henry Kissinger was a key player of this world order. And he was a key player who Donald J. Trump, for some reason, seemed to have loved and held in high esteem. Now, I will never have held in high esteem Henry Kissinger. I think he was a despicable individual. I think that the guy had so many skeletons in the closet, probably from the whole Cold War, that, I mean, we know almost nothing about what Henry Kissinger really was. I can tell you a few things because I was a member of the Monte Carlo Lodge of the P2. And historically, this lodge built in Europe, next to Italy, in a very privileged environment, which is the Principality of Monaco, hold the names of the most exclusive members of what was known as the P2 Lodge, which was this highly influential lodge in Italy, which ruled basically Italy at one point. I know that for Freemasons here in America who have, a vision of Freemasonry, which is mostly social, connected with, it's very innocent compared to Freemasonry in Europe and in particular in Italy. The Freemasonry here can be involved in certain things, but there is very few people at very high levels. The majority of lodges that you have here in America are the lodges that dedicate themselves to, I don't know, Pancakes Day with the families opening up the lodge, showing their strange rituals, and being involved in something that is more or less like a Rotary Club with an esoteric element attached. It's a social thing. The sheriff, the doctor, the lawyer, the this, the that, they come together. And I must say, in the majority of cases, very good people, patriots, and very honest people.
Mm-hmm. So here's a question for you, and that kind of can swing us over to the Iran, narrative. It was either Venezuela or Iran that the cabal was going to target next. Your thoughts, please. So
I think Iran is still there, because you have to understand. I mean, Pahlavi, I have written extensively about this topic. I have actually touched on this topic in my books also, because at the end of the Pahlavi empire, at the end of the Shah leaving Iran in those chaotic days, I think of January, what was it, 1978. It was the moment in which Khomeini was about to take power. The gold was brought out of Iran and it was given to the Vatican. So Iran was depraved and they took all the gold and brought it to the Vatican Bank. And they did it thanks to the Italian mafia and the P2 Lodge and those people connected with the state behind operations and so on. Now, Iran, yes, you're showing, of course, volume 10 of my confessions, which expands on this. It's very important. That's why I suggest people who are very much interested in knowing what is happening in Iran in reading this book, because it tells you also the history of Freemasonry in Iran, how
stunning work. You know, I spent, gosh, almost half my life in the Middle East, and I thought I was pretty well informed, but you blew it out of the water with this book, and it answered a lot of questions that I had, you know, over time. So that was excellent work.
We know that, you know, Iran with time became also very close to Russia, but as a reaction to what went on in the early days of a revolution that shaped a country that is very different from how Iran used to be. People might not know this, but Iran was a very modern country back in the days when the Shah was there. However, because of from the 1950s onwards, there was a first coup attempt, didn't work out. The CIA was heavily involved, the MI6 was heavily involved. And in the end, the Iranians, there was this weird alliance in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and then, of course, it manifested in the 70s, this weird alliance of Islamo-communist, a little bit like Mamdani, now, who is a Shia, in fact, Muslim mayor of New York. We know that the whole of the Western world was filled up by intellectual revolutionaries that will bring the Red Book of Mao.
He's Shia.
Shia. He's Shia.
They were the worst. When I was in Iraq, they were the worst. Oh,
yeah, because in Iraq,
Shiites. So
well, they are very hardcore. Absolutely,
they're hard. We spanked them a lot, though.
Well, the thing is that in the end, unfortunately, they will always be close to Iran, no matter what. I mean, you can go there and brainwash them left, right, and center, bring them 100 McDonald's.
Everywhere I went in the Middle East, it was Iranian influence that was causing the problems. Everywhere.
People need to understand what Iran really is. I mean, here it's not only about Israel and the fact that Israel hates Iran. This is a war that goes back 1,000 years. And if we want, I can give you a little bit like volume 10. You know, the Shia element was the element that gave birth to the Assassins, the ones that basically traded info and made a secret alliance with the Knights Templars, who will use the Shia against the Sunni that were expanding all over the Middle East. So for a non-Muslim, it's very difficult to realize all these nuances. But the famous War of the Camels and everything that happened after the fourth caliph of the Rashidun, the initial caliphs after Muhammad, and then the fact that at one point there was the birth of the Shia. The Shia are basically recognizing Ali, the cousin of Muhammad, as a figure just as important as Muhammad. And at the same time, because Ali was married with the daughter of Muhammad, 12er Shia, who are also part of one of the many schisms that came after. Because the problem, like I stated in volume 10 of my confessions, is like Islam didn't have a Roman Empire that embraced like Christianity and made it the official religion and started to operate a regularization through councils of Nicaea, this and that, so a uniformity. Instead, with Islam, I could wake up tomorrow morning and create a whole new branch simply by a new hypothesis and a new interpretation of the Quran. And so this is a difference with Christianity.
So what do you think is going to happen? You think the Islamists are going to be replaced or overthrown in Iran? Now that Trump and Israel both have said they're going to back, the people that are trying to overthrow them.
Okay, so it's more complex Iran than Venezuela, that's for sure. Like Marco Rubio said, it's also different from what went on in Iraq. We see a lot of similarities even in the mustache between Maduro and Saddam Hussein, but the two characters are different. And why they're different? They are different, they have some similarities. Let's not forget that actually Saddam Hussein was a member of the Ba'ath Party, which was kind of secularizing and not really religiously following this or this other version of Islam. And that was what kept together countries like Iraq first and then Syria. Al-Assad was a member, was the Ba'ath Party. And it was the Ba'ath Party which was kind of definitely had this element, this socialist element. When it comes to Iran, we saw that with, of course, everybody knows Khomeini, everybody knows how he became in 1979 the supreme leader, and how he took over the country, at least the facade of how he took over the country.
Right.
Because in reality, there is the interest of many foreign states that made it possible for him to go back after having brainwashed the whole of the world with his propaganda from France, because the guy was not really in Iran when things were, when the revolution was taking place to establish what then became later became the Islamic Republic of Iran. He was nowhere to be seen. He was in this fancy courtyard in the peripheries of Paris with the TVs. I was a kid at the time, but I remember very clearly because we got brainwashed even in Italy. Every evening we will have, today Khomeini said this, today Khomeini said that. And this guy was talking like, he will be the next greatest thing.
Right.
And they were presenting him like that. Now, we know that Freemasonry and French Freemasonry is a form of Freemasonry very much involved in politics. On the contrary of English Freemasonry, that at least officially doesn't take care of politics and religion. From the moment in the 1870s in which the Grand Orient of France became independent from this vision of things and they broke up, they gave always more importance to the political element, not only, and the social element, not only the esoteric within the lodges or maintaining the tradition of Freemasonry and so on. It was about more than that. In fact, in the Middle East, France was very influential with their lodges of Freemasonry. They were the ones that intervened in Egypt and in other parts, and even in Iran.
Yeah, it sounds like the French and the British want to jump into the game because 12 hours ago, I'm looking at the news. British and French warplanes strike suspected ISIS weapon stockpiles in Syria. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, let's not forget here that the whole of the Sykes-Picot, the agreements that were made prior to the Balfour Declaration, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, whatever, and all that, it was all about dividing the spheres of influence between France and Great Britain, because France and Great Britain, in a way, were also the two countries with the control over Freemasonry in the Middle East. Mm-hmm. Traditionally speaking, even to this day, you have two forms of Freemasonry present in Lebanon, which is the only country that officially tolerates Freemasonry in the Middle East, aside from, I guess, there is Jordan, there is Morocco, but they're a little bit more secretive. Then in the rest of the Middle East, in the last few decades, Freemasonry has been completely banned. But in Lebanon, there is present both English forms, let's say Anglo-Saxon Freemasonry recognized by the United Lodge of England, as well as lodges recognized by the Grand Orient of France, even lodges established by the Italians there. So Iran has, when the Shah left the country, the Grand Master there left the country with all the brothers, and they established the Grand Lodge of Iran in Exile, which I talk about in volume 10 of my Confessions, which has an office here in California, in Santa Monica, and it's still active to this day, and is very much a lobby in Washington, which Pahlavi is in contact with, the guy who eventually will be brought back to Iran.
I agree with you. He's going to come back. There's no question in my mind he's coming back.
That is the plan. That is the plan.
That's the plan. Yep.
You know, I mean, they want to bring back something with. I mean, it's not like Venezuela. Venezuela is a completely different ball game. Venezuela is, by the way, a territory which is highly influenced by the church. That's why the Pope has intervened in the last few hours, has stated that they wanted the sovereignty of the country back, and that it has to be respected, the sovereignty of Venezuela, because, of course,
they're not going to get their cut now. So, they want them back.
Volume 12, as you know, is based on the Jesuits, and their control of Central and South America is essential. I mean, it's a priority. It's always been a priority. They were, the Jesuits were founded in Spain, and they moved along with the Spanish and Portuguese empires in colonizing countries, even as far as Japan, or they went to at least attempt something. Their base was in Goa, in northern India, which was a Portuguese base. So they moved along with the Spaniards and with the Portuguese, and the Central and South America is Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, that is a reality. It's an historic reality. It's not a conspiracy theory. And today, if you go in South America, I mean, you see the legacy of the Jesuits is everywhere. And so Chavez was very much protected by the previous Pope. Chavez was probably in the end poisoned.
Yeah, I think so. I remember, I think he was at some kind of event, and President Bush, George H.W. Bush was there, and not George H. It was W. Bush. So the little boy Bush. So anyway, he had a book, and he put his arm around, and you need to read this. It wasn't long after that he went away. So he messed with the wrong people.
Yeah, Chavez, though, the problem is that the legacy of Chavez is still what we are coping with. I mean, the Monroe Doctrine was not really a priority in the last few decades.
No.
And for that reason, of course, Russia, as you know, started, but Russia then, when the fall of the Soviet Union, I think at that point, the Americans had the illusion that the Russians were no longer capable of influencing in any way South or Central America. Because, you know, I mean, you were involved yourself as a military at the time. It was all because of guerrilla groups that were founded by the Soviet Union. I mean, they were the big players at the time. Today, the big players are China. China is the one that literally goes and buys they don't finance guerrilla groups. They simply buy places. They buy ports and say, this is our port. Yeah. We bring our ships, and this is our goods. And that is, of course, then there is still Russia involved. And in fact, Russia, let's not forget that that Russia was the one that a few weeks ago was said to have sent at least 100 soldiers, specialists, alongside with an important officer. So, but like I stated in my article, and of course people can go and check it on realzagami.com, China and Russia will probably not do anything against Trump simply because now it's convenient for them, because they have an excuse to now follow up on their own projects. I mean, they don't want to go and defend Maduro and Venezuela. They don't care about, they care about, Russia cares about Ukraine, which historically is linked to them. And China cares about Taiwan.
Yeah.
And Taiwan has also another key role in the technology of the future because of the microprocessors, because of the fact that they have really a very important role in the development of the key components for modern technology.
AI, everything, So that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing kind of like these trade groups that are starting to formulate now, China, America, and Russia. So it's a race to see who's going to be able to, America going to, and Israel going to,
okay,
Iran to help.
Israel wants Iran wants Iran to go back to the Shah, which was for them a better way. If they bring back Freemasonry to Iran, in a way, they have a better way of dialogue, of working together, of making business, and so on. However, I don't know if a strong Iran with the return of the Pahlavi would be for Israel a completely positive thing. Because let's not forget that the Pahlavi dynasty was not always, siding with Israel. And the Pahlavi dynasty, of course, is historically much older than Israel was born quite recently. Here we are talking about a country with thousands of years of history. That's why you can't simply bring back any person there. They want to bring back the Pahlavi guy who is the son of the last Shah, even if he doesn't have any experience, because he never had the experience of his father of actually ruling Iran. He will be brought back there. They will be as a figure.
He's going to be a figurehead,
of a situation, though, that will be highly controlled by America. But the problem is that at the moment,
Abraham Accords. So the Abraham Accords of trading, and I'm looking at it right now. It's UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan join in and trade. So they want to expand that, and I bet that Iran will be part of that.
Iran could be part, but there is a problem here, though. In the because it was 1979, 1978 was the moment in which you have a lot of tension. In the past decades before the revolution, there was this merging of leftist forces and the Shia clerics. The Shia clerics like Khomeini were raised basically in the holy city there where is buried Ali, what is called Najaf, there in Iraq. You know Iraq better than me, so you know the holy city where Ali is buried. so there is this connection, and there was this mix that took place, which is really very weird, because we have elements of socialism and elements of Marxism along with the Islamic elements, and the belief that the Sharia has to be respected in toto, and has to have also a police that controls the ladies that wear the scarf at the right measure, and all that in a very obsessive way. I think that, of course, the fact that this so-called new insurrections or possible potential revolution for a return of the Shah, it's no coincidence that this protest started after Netanyahu went to Mar-a-Lago. I mean, it would be stupid to think otherwise, that there is no involvement of the Mossad. The Mossad must have a direct involvement in this protest.
Oh yeah, CIA and Mossad, yeah.
And I mean, the protests are growing. Trump is threatening to intervene. And now people will say, what do you expect, Leo, for 2026? You know, I mean, well, what should we expect? Now, I can give you a very bleak view of the situation. I don't know if you like it, but that's how it is.
Let's see what your prophetic abilities are.
Prophetic. I mean, here is, I mean, from what I can see,
Sure.
geopolitically moving, Russia is going to expand also their takeover possibly of Odessa, which is a very important city.
Yes.
Historically.
They will.
That's going to probably happen this year.
Yep.
There is definitely no way that at this point we can go and dialogue back with Putin. It's just a waste of time. It was a waste of time probably maybe from the start. But Trump believed somehow, he had promised his electorate. Trump made some promises, and that is also part of 2026. Those promises have been broken, starting from foreign intervention. If we start having foreign intervention in Venezuela, because now with this vice president who is now president, who wants to oppose the United States, boots on the ground might be a necessity, and that will end up in a never-ending war, no matter what they say. And if you have then at the same time Iran, and you want to give a hand to Israel, we want to help the Iranian people. So
back to Venezuela. I think another reason why we went into Venezuela is because they've been controlling the election. Election fraud was coming out of Venezuela through the.
That is what I mean. Let's say the legends of the internet, the mythology of because I understand that the fact that they say, the fraud started from Venezuela, and so Trump wants to go there because of the fraud. Guys, Trump wants to go there because it's the biggest reservoir of oil in the world, and the biggest also reservoir of rare earth in South America, which is essential for the future of our country. If you want to compete with China, China has already flying cars, robots all over the place, and what do we have? So just be realistic. It's not about some ideology. Yeah. The elections have been. Yeah, Trump likes to, now.
No, I agree with you. If we don't see some hammers coming down on all the knuckleheads here, the corruption and we're seeing it, in Wisconsin and all that kind of stuff. We don't see some hammers really coming down across the United States. Yeah, he's definitely.
Okay. If nothing happens. And if people like you are, I mean, today you are actually stating something that I hope people remember. I mean, if Trump doesn't do something, he's going to face defeat for his party in the midterm elections. He's going to lose control of both probably of the House and the House of Representatives. At that point, Trump would become a lame duck president because they're going to impeach him, they're going to involve him in all kinds of things, and it's going to be a massive distraction from the real problems of the American people who have not been solved in the meantime.
Good point. Yep.
So people think
So if he doesn't do it, I think we will. I think there will be massive protest from, organized people like myself.
No, but I tell you, Michael, I think that MAGA, it's gonna expire after the midterm elections. The whole concept of backing Trump will evaporate when there is a massive defeat, because at that point
it will.
It's gonna be his party is gonna rebel even against him, because if they want to have a future, the politicians, they don't care about an ideology.
You're right. It won't matter that if we rebel against them, the Democrats will totally annihilate him, like you're saying. They'll impeach him again and just stop everything he's trying to push forward. It'll be a defeat all the way around.
I think that the concept of making great America should never be dead. It should be alive always in our hearts, regardless of the political movement that is representing, and that Trump claims to be, the guy who decides what makes America great. He says in regards to Venezuela, well, I want this country to be surrounded by peaceful neighbors, or neighbors that are friendly, this and that. Yeah. It's not really in the doctrine of our founders of this great nation, the United States, that said that we shouldn't enter in any kind of confrontation with other countries for interests that basically go beyond the United States of America. So, yes, when it comes to the Panama Canal, I agree. We needed to do something strong. I mean, here we are talking about it's a strategic thing that was created and the work of many Americans. And so it's ridiculous to suddenly have the Chinese taking over the show. Yeah. But having said that, because all these infights are completely ridiculous, I think that if we had to symbolically, you tell me, come today on the show and we discuss 2026. I think to discuss the future, we need to know our past. And what happened in 2025, I think symbolically, it's the moment in which there is a fracturing of what used to be a very compact movement. Because his death coincided with a series of variable things that happened. But think about it. I mean, now it's like, it's a soap opera. Candace Owen against Alex Jones. Alex Jones against Candace Owen. I mean, they're grown-ups. What is this? BS. Tim Pool against this, and then the guy says that, and then we have Ben Shapiro. Guys, this is really showing not only the fracturing,
cracks, yeah,
but it's showing really that, of course, we all knew that Trump had put together many different elements together, and we were very, very eager to make America great again in the way that Trump promised. But if you promise things and you don't deliver them, then it's a big, not only it's a big disappointment, because the thing is, okay, Trump, during his, a long campaign that started from the moment the 6th of January and after, when Biden took control of the White House, Trump started his campaign for regaining control of the White House. And we supported him. We supported him because we believed that he could really change things. When we saw a guy like Joe Biden, we were horrified that the White House could be in the hands of a senile idiot who pooped in his pants and who didn't know where he was, and he was talking to the ghost that the people, they were not even, I mean, it was just literally the most powerful man in the world. The commander-in-chief was represented by a senile idiot. It's just like incredible. So, of course, at that point, then these brilliant minds of the Democrat Party chose Kamala as a possible successor. I mean, it's like choosing, I don't know, from a third.
So you went from dumb to dumber to dumbest to dumbest.
At that point, obviously we had to believe that maybe Trump could do something better. Trump, at the same time, took a lot of money from a lot of powerful people, though. And amongst those powerful people, there were friends of Jeffrey Epstein. There were people he's still protecting to this day. He compromised himself along the way because he wanted to win at all costs. And so he said, yeah, sure, we will do this, we will do that. And it's not about, at that point, it's not about the guy who lives, in the middle of nowhere in some place in the United States who sent his $2 to the campaign. It's about Elon Musk, who was giving him millions of dollars. It's about the big donors. We have to be really realistic about this thing. Even when you see the way that Trump has nominated the whole diplomatic corps, aside from Kimberly, whatever, the ex-girlfriend of the son, okay, whatever. Because they said, okay, let's give her a place where in Athens. Okay, let's get out the
Athens, get her out of here,
yeah. Okay, but the other ones paid like 20 millions, 40 millions, 50 millions to become ambassador in Italy or in France or in France. Okay, it was a relative.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's true, but I've heard from other people that when he endorses someone, he gets paid to endorse people. So I'm not knocking. I love Trump, but there's lots of, we have to always question. We have to look at different things, and that's what we're doing right now. Yeah. Now, what if Trump does start to do the MAGA thing and starts to arrest people and goes into Colorado and frees Tina Peters and all these other things? What do you think happens then?
Okay. It doesn't really change the fact that when I went to the supermarket this morning, the butter was costing double as it was costing 5 years ago. I don't care about arresting whoever. You can arrest Barack Obama and hang him on the thing. If I go and pay, and at the end of the day, I don't have the money to buy my food, I don't care about it. So, I mean, yes, I understand that there's a satisfaction. The enemy gets arrested, but does it give you food? Does it put food on the plate? Does it put your healthcare in the right place when now people are risking to pay 4 times, 5 times as much? And it's not a question of being, a leftist, a Democrat or whatever. It's common sense. What Trump has been doing is generating a backlash that will bring a landslide victory for those idiotic and evil Democrats that at that point will take over the whole show. And then they might even place Governor Newsom in the White House. I mean, maybe Vice President AOC. Guys, at that point, remember, and I stated here on January 4th, 2026, if that happens, remember, the only person responsible is Donald J. Trump. He's the only one who should be arrested at that point. Because if you let Governor Newsom become the president of this great country, and you screw it up for everybody.
Yeah. Now, some people don't think you're a Trump supporter, but you voted for Trump, and you've
always let's make it.
You're just being realistic here. I agree. We need to look at this stuff.
Let's make it clear, guys. I was involved in the organization of the Coachella Valley event, which was over 105,000 people here. I mean, I was the president of Italians for Trump, which we founded, and the Italian American community was on board from the start with Trump because of us. I mean, people, I was given passes and stuff, and I could do things like, go to in the backstage and everything, and we had a great time. And what really shocks me is when people say that, Because, guys, if you think that somebody like me, who worked for Operation Gladio, stayed behind against the communists, risking my life behind the scenes, getting tortured in Europe, having to flee Europe and Italy because of my war against these people. Why I don't like Trump? Very obvious why I don't like Trump now. He even supports a joke like Prime Minister Meloni, who is a fake conservative and a fake right-winger. You want to change something in Europe. Trump says he wants to change, oh, there is censorship in Europe. And then I wrote a letter to the ambassador in Rome. I asked him for help because my case is a serious case that has to do with freedom of speech. For the books I wrote, they brought me in front of a tribunal. They wanted to take my life away and my livelihood. He has done nothing because he's some rich guy from Texas who Trump has put there, and he doesn't care about Leo Zagami or the freedom of speech. He doesn't care about having problem with the Republic of Italy, which is the most corrupt republic in Europe, connected with Freemasonry, the mafia, and the worst scumbags. And I can tell you everything about it if you want, but I mean, we don't have time. The weapons that go to the Middle East pass through Gioia Tauro. Gioia Tauro is in Calabria. It's the 'Ndrangheta mafia, together with the CIA and others, that then gets the weapons there. And sometimes we have also intervention by the Chinese intelligence.
Yeah, yeah. So, I did a show yesterday morning, and I saw on the show Chinese intelligence basically taking pictures of my guest, and he pointed it out, of course, that and he was in Italy doing the show, and so there is definitely Chinese influence there.
Who was a guest on your show?
Juan O'Savin.
Okay, and he was in Italy, yeah?
He'd been in Italy probably for about maybe 5-7 days, maybe about a week. I did a couple shows with him while he was in Italy, but the one yesterday morning.
Well, it's not a surprise. Not a surprise. I mean, Chinese intelligence is all over the place in Italy. Yeah. They even have police bases that torture Chinese that go out of place. They keep their control. You remember the famous Chinese police stations that were also found, by the way, here in America at one point. Right, they exist all over Europe, and they exist also in Italy. So, I mean, nobody does anything against them because the Chinese, they imagine this. I tell you one thing. The Chinese have bought already part of the Italian national debt. My brother, who works... he's a civil servant and works for IMSS, which is the one that gives the pensions to the military and everybody else, said that the other day there were 30 Chinese that went all the way to the top floor where the directors are. 30 Chinese.
Wow.
They have bought already their influence, and America is not doing anything to stop them. So, I mean, the thing is this, okay, you want to go back to the real estate. I mean, I was I was brought up with my grandfather. I had people in my family who had to flee Russia before the Bolsheviks took over the show. I mean, I have direct involvement with this whole scenario, and it's not because I simply go on the internet and I dislike the left. I hate the left. From the moment I was born, I saw them, the way they were operating against me and my family, against people who had the same beliefs. So the problem, and of course, they're controlling the Italian leather industry. They have their base in Prato, near Florence. The Chinese triads, in reality, depend from Chinese Freemasonry, the Hung Ha. And the Hong Men, they have 6 million adherents around the world, and they control. People think that this, why do the Chinese have all the dry cleaners? And they think it's a coincidence. They don't, why? They have all the dry cleaners. You know how it works? Let me tell you how it works. the Chinese Communist Party and the Xing Party, which is the party of the Freemasons of China, organizes a meeting with thousands of Chinese families from a specific part, maybe of China or various parts of China, and then says, okay, this is the plan, this is the business, these are the countries in the world, go and do it, and take over their show. And that's what they do. This is the money to buy the activities. Now you own all the dry cleaners in the world.
Mm.
What does that mean? I tell you what it means. They can do it in a second. They simply put poison on your clothes.
Wow. I bet there's been a lot of people that have gone that way, and no one knows anything about that. How about that?
So I always try to have a good relationship with my Chinese dry cleaners. But in any case, it's true. I mean, the people, they just here in California, we have one of the most important historical lodges of Chinese Freemasonry.
Wow.
During the pandemic, you remember at one point Xi Jinping came to California and there were people with the communist flag like this in San Francisco. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, during that time, Xi Jinping, of course, then they went to this, there is a place historical where there's this lodge, which was born out of the guy who then was the founder of modern China. Now, the founder of modern China happens to be the same for both the mainland and for Taiwan, because up until the division sanctioned by Mao Zedong with the birth of communist China, Taiwan was still with mainland China.
Yeah.
So,
Chiang Kai-shek, yeah.
Yes. So, and then there was all the money that was given to Chiang Kai-shek and all those people to back this whole thing.
Wow. Interesting.
So there is actually still some of these hypothetical money hold in secret places and stuff. But
yeah, there's all this talk about Chinese dragon families that have all this.
You remember that point? There was also they arrested 2 Japanese at one point in Italy. Then they disappeared. Then I was called into the question. I went to Tokyo. I talked to the representative was because people Benjamin Fulford, who by the way pretends to be a alternative kind of source of information. He's a tool of the Chinese Freemasons. He was initiated.
Really. Well, cat's out of the bag. How about that? Woo! You just blew him up, Leo. Good job. I always knew there was something strange about him. So he just wasn't. It wasn't clicking his information. It's like disinformation one week, and a little bit of truth the next week, and it's like I just never really clicked.
No, I mean, I went there with my with Christy. We were in Tokyo, and at one point I was in his apartment, and I see this stuff on the wall, and it was compass and square stuff which I could recognize. So I confronted him, and he confirmed that he had been initiated in the Chinese Freemasons. In Rome and then Milan to meet with a series of people, and then and he there confirmed, yes, Leo, I work for the Chinese.
So what's a Canadian influence? He's Canadian and he's been working in Japan. He talks about all these crazy stuff, but
he was because he was working with Forbes. He used to be actually Forbes, a serious journalist. He was the head of the Asian Bureau back in the day.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the Chinese got hold of him. They got hold of him because people might not know that, but the Chinese also have Japanese initiates in their Freemasonry. This secret society existed from a very old time. But when they saw the symbols of Western Freemasonry, like all the things that Chinese steal, they stole those too, including the compass and the square. but then so they created the Chinese Freemasons, but the reality is a completely different thing from Western Freemasonry. They have also regular Chinese Freemasonry in Taiwan, which still exists in Taiwan. But like I said, the actual Hongmen is a completely different thing. It's also known as the Tian Tui, as the Society of Sky, Earth and Sky is known. It's a very complex history that goes back also to the beginning of martial arts and the way they were spread by the Shaolin monks. And then, so let's say that the Chinese Freemasonry is also connected with the spread of Chinese martial arts, Wing Chun, and what we commonly refer to as Kung Fu and all the rest.
Yeah, I studied that very deeply for a while. Now,
well, that's a very good.
When you get butter, what kind of butter do you get? I just have to go off topic because you're obviously an Italian and you know cooking.
Well, I simply tend to get organic if I can, because I like. You are showing, of course, our family cooking book. I will always suggest to use the best material possible. You never want to. I mean, I think that the important thing in life is not to exceed with spending a lot of money in buying expensive this or that. But when it comes to food, remember that you are made out of what you eat. So you want to invest in your own health. You want to limit the intake maybe of certain things. Like this year I've decided, for example, that for a few months I'm going to limit the intake of meat, probably for a period, just so I can, purify myself.
Nice.
And but of course, it's not that I'm gonna probably maintain it for the rest of my life, because I know that in the past, when I had a vegetarian diet for 1 or 2 years, at times then I needed to find alternatives, and it wasn't so easy.
Right.
But,
yeah, I did.
But I mean, these are the things. It's about definitely quality over quantity, and that is the important thing.
Very good. Now, there's another one off topic. Sufi. The Sufis. I never asked you about this. Always meant to.
Sure.
So the Sufis, obviously in Islam, they're kind of like they're outcast, but I've always liked the Sufis, and they have their roots in Persia, and
well, actually, they had their roots in Persia because they have the roots in Shia Islam. They then later on developed also in Sunni Islam, but they initially developed in Shia Islam because Shia was a minority, because Shia at times had to be secretive about their practices. That's what facilitated the birth of the first confraternities of Sufis within the Shia Islam.
Yeah. So I love the Sufism. They're very spiritual. The Whirling Dervish, Rumi poetry. When my book, The Intuitive Warrior, came out, the Sufis in France invited me over to talk about the book, but the rest of the Muslims did not like it, so they ostracized me. But I spoke to the Sufis. But yeah, they're pretty impressive group.
Okay,
I think.
Let's say this: that the Sufis can be many things. There is many kind of Sufism, like there is many kinds maybe of Freemasonry at this point. Sure. I would say though that the Sufis, there is the Sufi, like I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions, it was the ideal ground also for connecting with Freemasonry, because Freemasons, having this secretive nature, this initiatic nature, understanding certain mystery school traditions. Let's not forget that Sufis is not only Islam. Often they blend elements of Gnosticism, elements that come from Hermeticism, that come from other traditions. So they're not only strictly Islamic in their interpretation. They're very open-minded. And that's why I think that they became, but then there were also, of course, those Sufis that became corrupted by the fact that, the Freemasons maybe offered them to not only perfectionate themselves or follow the whatever mystery school tradition they were following, but they became involved in geopolitics, in uprisings. So Sufis became corruptible in certain countries, unfortunately. I see you have some problem with your camera. It's going a little bit all over the place. Yeah, you managed to fix it?
Acting up. It does this sometimes.
Okay.
Turn it off and turn on the other one. So.
Okay, perfect. Kind of. So the thing is that in this, we have a Western initiatic system, but then we have an Eastern initiatic system, and then of course we have a Middle Eastern initiatic system where the Sufis are at times the Illuminati of the situation, let's say. They have, not in the negative necessarily sense, sometimes though in the negative also, because like I said, in some countries they became involved both with the English or the French, and they became involved in uprisings, they became involved with the things that they don't really pertain to their practice.
So wow, what a great show. A lot of insights on a lot of different things.
Going back to that visit of Xi Jinping with with Gavin Newsom. Let's not forget that Gavin Newsom was received in China like he was a pop star. Like he was like, you remember that visit that Newsom did in China? It was like 2 or 3 years, and he was like, wow. He was received. So you can imagine Newsom in the White House. China would be like, wow, we made it finally.
And that's why they're pushing Newsom.
But of course, but there is a connection.
Good point.
San Francisco is the place where the very start of the Republic of China was put together. And it's actually let's not forget, one of the oldest communities. The Chinese community here in America is very influential, but the connections that the Chinese Freemasons in San Francisco have with the Democratic Party, you should check them out. They're pretty shocking.
Wow.
And led to some to some scandals and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
So I think that people need to understand that when you have as next governor possible here in California, Mr. Fartman, Swalwell. You remember Swalwell?
Yeah.
The guy who
had Fang. Yeah.
Fang.
She was a known Chinese intel operative. And yet he's still good to go, and he was in Intel at the time.
Yeah,
that should have been a red flag.
And he's going to become probably the new governor of California.
Oh, you think he's going to do it?
Okay.
Swalwell?
We hope, of course. Well, we hope that he doesn't manage, but I mean, he has the backing of the Hongmen, the Tiandui. The Heaven on Earth Society. He has the backing, of course, of all these people, very influential people here in California. The Jesuits, the people who control California are the Jesuits and the Chinese Freemasons.
Yeah. Also, remember Dianne Feinstein? Her butler or driver or whatever.
And of course,
also a Chinese intel guy. Just
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, California is riddled with Chinese influence. How about that? Wow, you really brought that to light. Good job.
And I mean, there is actually, there was this guy. Let me see if I can remember the name. It was a Chinese mafia guy who then at one point, he's involved with the Democratic Party at very high level. Raymond Shrimp Boy Cho. Have you ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Okay, Raymond Shrimp Boy Cho, at one point he went and did also these documentaries and things, like he had redeemed himself, he was clean. This guy is one of the worst thugs of the Chinese mafia and the Chinese Freemasons. He's an Hong Kong born, convicted felon who led San Francisco Chinatown and controlled it in a way like no other. He was the dragon head of the Chi Gun Tung, which was the maximum expression of the Tiandui there. And then him, Raymond Shrimp Boy Chow, was connected to this, let's see if I can find, to this Democratic guy. Let me see if I can find. This is I show you on your, you can put them on the thing, because these are friends of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, this is the kind of guys, you know.
Shrimp Boy.
Shrimp Boy, very, very powerful guy. And in fact, watch here. Cho, along with 20 other defendants, former California State Senator Leland Yee, this guy, Democrat guy.
Wow. Democrat.
And he was the second highest ranking Democrat of the California State Assembly. And he was involved with the Jitong Tong. This is the headquarters. And this is where the founder of modern China was living when he was in San Francisco. See?
Wow. So,
I mean, it's not like we're making up here conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy facts. So at least you can go and check them out.
Of course, I mean, they got it covered on both ends, because there's a Chi An who's on the Republican side running for governor.
Yeah.
So let me pull him up.
Okay.
So I've been to some of these, where they all talk, and he was there.
And Sun Yat-sen, watch.
And he's a priest.
Wow. That makes it even more sick than ever. Eh?
Oh, no. Here he is. It's South Korea. I'm sorry. So.
Oh, no, he's from South Korea.
Yeah.
No, but check out what I'm showing. I'm going to show you something now. We said that was the place.
I don't want to pick on the South Koreans, but yeah,
no,
he's an Oriental guy.
Okay, so this place is very important. Like I said, historically in San Francisco, it's like when Xi Jinping goes to San Francisco, it's almost like going to Mecca for him, because the Chi Gun Tung are the most recognized for the political support of Sun Yat-sen. And Sun Yat-sen is the Chinese physician, revolutionary, statesman, and political philosopher who founded the Republic of China. And his first political party, the Kuomintang, that then was preceded, of course, the Long March of Mao Zedong. And he was, here we're talking about the history. You understand, it's quite incredible that the history of China passed through California and San Francisco.
That's crazy. No wonder there's such influence, Chinese influence. Wow.
Here you're talking, and now that after the success of the 19th, soon proclaimed the establishment of the Republic of China. Now, the Republic of China today is Taiwan.
Yeah.
After because then,
so is this a good against bad? We have the communists, and we have the Republic of China.
No, there is no good against bad.
There's no good Chinese involved here. Oh, wow.
Let me tell you the truth. When I was actually, I remember, because then at one point I remember, I'm not in contact any longer with Benjamin Fulford, but 3 or 4 years ago, at one point I was discussing, Taiwan and mainland China, and he said one honest thing to me. He said, PMS, well, you know, that we took the same oath and that in Taiwan, we have already all our men ready. There is not going to be even need to shoot anybody. We already take over the show in a few minutes, not even a few hours.
So they're going to just take the Chinese right on in, huh?
The thing is that their lodges already control part of Taiwan, and they're already so well infiltrated in the military and everything that the moment. So the crazy thing about us sending billions of dollars of weapons to Taiwan, because people would say, Zagami is wrong. America is sending billions of dollars of weapons to Taiwan to defend themselves from mainland China. No. Idiots. We are simply giving billions of dollars to the military industrial complex and to those people who continue to make money. And we Americans are financing this disgrace. That's the problem.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, Lockheed Martin is making money, not the average folk.
God, yeah. Yep.
No? So I mean,
well, you blew it all up again, Leo. So it's God, the Chinese influence around the world, and especially in California, and pushing their peeps, Gavin Newsom, into the White House. Boy, you're right. They would be like jumping up and down. They'll own America then.
They would be like most happy, because I repeat, if you simply want an experience of Gavin Newsom in China, you go and find it probably on YouTube, Gavin Newsom in China. And it's like, I don't know, I mean, like they received a hero, you know? It was like, I mean, it was even almost embarrassing the way they you know, and the way we received Xi Jinping with the communist flags in San Francisco like this, and cleaning up San Francisco that was literally full of feces and other stuff, and cleaning it all up so it all looked perfect for the arrival of Xi Jinping. I mean, come on, guys. It's just like a joke. And who was the guy who made all this possible? It was the Sabbatean Frankist Henry Kissinger, which I explain in my book on Jeffrey Epstein, was excommunicated by Rabbi Antelman. Actually, I have a photo of the excommunication of Henry Kissinger in my book, which I can show you. This was the Rabbinical Council that excommunicated Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger, went to Israel and then ordered a sandwich with prosciutto. It's not kosher, guys, in any way, shape, or form.
Oh my God, in their face with it. Oh, that's so funny. What a knucklehead.
So, and you know, the Rothschilds, or the Sabbatean Frankists, own 20% of the Chinese National Bank. Just so.
Well, here's a good question for you. I heard the Chinese were promised by the deep state to be the next world leader.
Well, I said it, you know, this year I celebrate 20 years of Illuminati Confessions. And in 2006, when I started my confessions online, I said that the model the Illuminati, the elite, was aiming for was the Chinese model, because that's the model of complete control over the masses. And that's why
you're well on the way.
Klaus Schwab's son.
I had no idea until this conversation, really. I thought they were like, back end player trying to make it to the top, but looks like
Klaus Schwab's son lives most of his time in Beijing. He has an office there. That's where the Great Reset is about Russia and China, but mostly China taking over the world and installing their cyber Satan, their AI communist.
Right.
And about control over religion. Because that was also the deal with the Vatican, which I've been talking about in my books. The deal with the Vatican that started in the fall of 2018 and that was renewed until now, which now makes the Catholic Church a state church, where the images of Jesus are at times substituted with the images of Mao Zedong. And there is a complete compliance with what used to be the nationalistic Catholic Church, which was created by the Communist Party in the 1950s.
Yeah.
So they nominated the communist Chinese their own bishops, and then suddenly the Vatican now recognizes them. It's just absurd. Mentally, that makes me just insane.
Yeah. So here's somebody saying Russians will inherit the top spot. So maybe it's a race to the top, like you said, the new world order. So the new world order.
It's a Sino-Russian world order, and the alliance between Russia and China is an alliance that we can't understand, but it's so strong that nothing can break it. Believe me.
And the two of them combined, that would be a hard one to defeat. Wow.
And along with them, you have, of course, Iran, North Korea, and all the various Paria states or whatever around the world, but also the ones that now want to play BRICS and want to play alternative to the United States. So now, actually, the whole thing is becoming more and more impactful also against the dollar.
Yeah.
So
this is great. So this is where everybody should be looking. When you see this jockeying for power, the bigger picture here is United States, trying to exert its influence. And
Epstein was giving the info on how to deal with the Trump to the Russians.
Wow. Interesting.
And that is another big problem. So Trump has unfortunately some skeletons in the closet at this point that Russia is able to. I think that you should never believe again in any promise of peace. At this point, it's clear that Russia is going to advance, and it's going to complete their mission in making Ukraine their own. And if you see, at this point, I noticed this, and I want to close this show with this thought.
Okay.
We have three players, major players, who now are taking a stand in a new direction for a new world order.
Yep.
Venezuela, Trump, and maybe Greenland next, and maybe some other country next.
Colombia, Cuba.
Yeah.
Canada.
Okay. At that point, China does the same. Russia continues to do the same.
Right.
Europe is the loser. The big loser of all this is
big
Europe.
Time.
And, of course, Great Britain, which is starting to, they still have, of course, the backing of the Commonwealth, this big organization of the former empire.
City of London, yeah.
But a lot of those countries are starting to jump on board with China, the new Silk Road, and so it's eroding slowly. That influence is eroding, and in fact, yes, it's true that the main reason is for Prince Andrew to become now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and no longer Prince is Epstein. But in reality, he was also facing an even bigger scandal because of his deals with the Chinese.
Wow, how about that?
And that was surfacing in the last few months before he gave up on the title. There was a lot of pressure because that is another. Let's not forget that Hong Kong was British and then given back to, and that was a very big.
And Queen Victoria making the Chinese, the Boer Wars or wherever, making them, buy opium with silver, taking their silver. So it's a silver thing again. I think who controls the most silver going forward is going to be very, very in the right spot too.
But
so China's not.
But China and Russia want to take
stop their silver shipments. Russia stopped their silver shipments. Yeah.
They are building a nuclear site on the moon for that. They don't care about anymore the silver here on Earth. For real. They're
you're right. Yeah.
China and Russia are gonna colonize the moon before America, unfortunately, and they are taking, the silver that you mentioned here on Earth. In the end, this is a small planet with small, limited resources. There is a lot of other resources in space, and that's why they want to build this nuclear reactor on the moon soon.
Wow. So you go harvest all that stuff, and God, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff out in the
So somebody says, "Don't be naive. Europe will win." Listen, guys, trust me. There is no longer going to be a European Pope, and that is a sign of the times. Simply because Europe is really irrelevant. Germany was relevant for the last few decades simply because Angela Merkel made a deal taking the fossil fuels from Russia and being able to still carry on the big factories. But now Germany is in full decline. And once you have the decline of Germany, the rest of Europe is going down. And it's very cheap to buy, and China is arriving and buying. So it's I think that it's pretty clear that Europe is the place that will be squeezed out of these three big players, and then of course America, China, Russia can decide what to do with this continent and what is left over of this continent. Let's not forget that this continent now is suffering a mass influx of Islamic, people that are transforming the very essence of Europe. And because they're not making any more children, there is no new children in Italy. There's no new children in Germany. So
that's why they brought in all the illegal aliens, keep the population up.
The only ones making children are those. Yeah. So I think that people need to know that the great loser here is Europe, but don't think that, of course, the Illuminati and the elite is not present in Europe. That is their birthplace. But I can tell you from my personal experience, I know how it is. Every single aristocrat or person who is investing money today has invested in China, has invested away from Europe. So they don't care anymore, really, about the inevitable decline of it. So for 2026, we will see more European decline, more expansion of the war in Ukraine, and probably this war, if it starts with boots on the ground in Venezuela, will become the biggest problem for the future of MAGA, or what is left of it. And of course, this year will be also the year in which, with the midterm elections, there will be sanction, maybe the end of this whole movement, the way we knew it.
Could be. Yep. We'll have to keep an eye
Sorry,
on that.
I wasn't so positive about our future, but I had to be realistic.
Yeah, you do. And that sometimes that wakes people up and pushes in the direction it needs to go. So don't always have, your eyes on a certain direction. You have to look big picture, be observant of everything that's going on. And maybe you can switch what's coming down the road, like we're talking about.
Like Alternative for Deutschland, for example, which wanted to be the alternative that Elon Musk was pushing in Germany. Well, in the last few weeks and months, by the German intelligence.
That's right. Wow.
Just like the ones from the Golden Dawn in Greece a few years back, when they tried a similar approach. There is no way you can oppose what they are trying to do in Europe, which is simply an economy of war. They think that they can substitute the old economy with an economy of war. But the problem is that the war doesn't go on forever. And once the economy of war is finished, what are you going to do? What are you going to offer the future for 500 million people in Europe? So we are much better off here on this side of the world for the moment, though we have our own problems. And our own problems started to resemble the problems of Europe and Great Britain with the first Islamic mayor in New York, which I think is the first of a long series of Islamic mayors. Now in the United Kingdom, in England, the major towns, all the major cities are all in the hands of Islamic mayors. And that is because the New World Order knows very well that Islam is way. It's a religion they can work with. They can control better.
Yeah, you've said that in the past, and that's a good point. So yeah, there's probably going to be a continual push for Islam throughout the world. Here in America, they're pushing Islam in here really big.
Islam, and then this strange mix, which is Islamo-communism, Islamo-socialism, because
Right.
it's just like Mamdani.
Mamdani, yeah.
And that is really what it's all about. But then
Somalians and yeah, so it's crazy.
Well, I hope that this country will be able to resist, and I'm sure it will, because, like you said,
I think so.
Earlier, a lot of people will, at one point, simply decide to oppose all this, and I hope they will still be able to do it until, though, there will be a RoboCop on the street, a robo soldier on the street, and those. It's very difficult to oppose those kind of things.
No doubt.
I saw a video the other day of a robot who gave a kick in the nuts to a guy who was fighting with him. Simply, he aimed for the nutsack, and the guy went down like.
Oh yeah, instant.
And they do, even the Elon Musk robots do already martial arts and stuff. But imagine a robot giving you a knock. That's metal. So that is the problem here. 2030, and what I always said in my books, volume 6.66, volume 7, volume 9, the rise of cyber Satan. Because ultimately, regardless of China taking control of that technology, which they already have, and they're doing, the fact is that cyber Satan is something that really aims for the transformation of mankind. So there is going to be those who reject all this, but then we're going to have to get hold of a place, of an island, of a place of independence where we raise big walls and we fight these people. We don't let their drones in. We don't let their technology in. How you see that, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be, we have a lot on our plate. It's like, but we have to start making progress. I think, like you're talking about, MAGA here at home, and if that doesn't start to roll, then
I think that
not
by the end of this year, me and you will have a chat. We will finally, realize where we are.
Yep.
And at that point, we will say, okay, screw Washington.
Or it's time to invest in something that's going to happen here in America, or it's time to leave, one or the other.
I simply want to drain the swamp, and the swamp is still there. Yes. And Trump is actually having a yacht on the swamp and inviting everybody to party with him.
And then he's going to get off and sink it like the Titanic. I don't know.
Well, I hope we can sink this yacht, but the swamp is there. It's alive and kicking in Washington, D.C., and everybody who goes to Washington disappoints us.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, what is it? The air they breathe? In the meantime, you can read my latest article and learn what is happening at a geopolitical level, how the three big gangsters are dividing the world.
Yep.
I mean, it's okay.
Brilliant work. Yep. Brilliant conversation. And, we definitely appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for your audience for this great start to the new year. I will be now in the next few months deep immersing myself deep in my next literary project, which I hope.
Looking forward to it.
That hopefully it's going to come out before the summer. And I'm not going to tell you what it's about. Stop secret. Stop secret. But it's going to be
right. Good job.
But it's going to be
every one of your books that comes out becomes a bestseller. So,
and in the meantime, I'm carrying on a celebration of my 20 years of Illuminati Confessions. I'm kind of like weekly discussing them because it's been an experience, for 20 years. 20 years ago, it was a very different world. For a lot of people, it's unimaginable, even to think that we were discussing this subject 20 years ago. But we were. And people should have waken up by now, but unfortunately that's not the case. That's why we are still in these conditions. But that's people amazing. Like me, David Icke, Alice Jones, and many others, Jordan Maxwell, and of course also you and others have made the world a better place in a way, and I hope we will continue to do so. So thank you so much, and God bless America and the rest of the world.
God bless.
Take care.
Take care. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So was the Minnesota shooting used as a way to direct forces against the globalist? I believe it was. There's some anomalies in that shooting. Same thing that happened for the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. Lots of anomalies. Do the White Hats basically use events like that to push agendas moving forward so that they can really go after the deep state? I think we're going to see that after we talk about some of these instances. All right, same thing with the President Trump 2 assassination attempts. Basically, that the shooter for the one in Butler, PA, they found him. They had pictures of him, shot on the roof. A lot of anomalies about that, where people were like, saying there's a guy up there, and no one went up there. And then later they took pictures of the guy from the position where he was shooting from. Even a cross-eyed person could have hit President Trump. So they took pictures of him. So the same thing with the guy that tried to that was planning on shooting on the golf course. Lots of anomalies, strange anomalies about that one as well. Charlie Kirk, lots of 33 numbers in the Charlie Kirk assassination. And the same thing happened with the more recent Minneapolis shooting. So let's look at some of that. Laura Obolai, however you pronounce that, I think it looks like a Obolai. She brought up some good points. I brought up some good points about it as well. But let's look at her take on it. So she says, it turns out the ICE officer involved survived prior vehicular assault requiring 33, not 32, not 34, not exactly 33 stitches. Now, sometimes these numbers change as people kind of get, clued up on some of this stuff. They'll throw out another number. I've seen where they said 33 stitches, but I've seen other numbers as well. So they do that on purpose to kind of, throw us off the game. So where did the incident happen? It happened at 3333 Portland Avenue on 33rd and Portland, the 3300 block, where every address starts with 33. Okay, we may just be watching a movie after all. So why would they do something like this? So they can go in and start to clean up, some of these, deep state stranglehold communities. Minnesota is, the good people of Minnesota are basically suffering under this demonic group that has come in and started taking over the state. Same things happen in Colorado, Oregon, Washington State, Illinois, New York. So if they do something or plan out something so that they can go in and start to take care of business, whereas otherwise they wouldn't be able to, see how this goes. 33 is not just a Masonic symbol. I am beginning to think it's code for PSYOP. Yes, they're telling us it's a PSYOP. How else can you tell? And by the way, with Charlie, we'll leave it at that because YouTube likes to take channels down that talk about this. They took about my video where I went into detail about all of the anomalies on the day of the Charlie Kirk thingy. All right. So there were 33s everywhere. No doctors or nurses, nothing. right? So I believe that Charlie thing was basically to start to push consciousness in a certain direction. The Hamas attack. Now, I'm a little bit deep on the Hamas attack. The Hamas attack, I always looked at that and was like, there's no way, there's no way they came across the border like that. No friggin' way, right? So I've talked about that a lot. Other people have talked about that, but it was a way they could go in and start to take out Hamas guys, right? Now, as far as like all that, I'm very suspect on the numbers of when they did initially when they did the Iran in Iran when they took down the Shah 47 years ago. 47 years ago. What presidential number is Trump now? 47, right? So God has mysterious ways of doing things, of course. I think God is, or Trump is God's messenger. So anyway, if we look at, all the way back to the Iranian Revolution, where they took over our embassy and all that kind of stuff, that's very suspect. But anyway, during that time frame, and I think it was like 666 days, they held those hostages. And then Ronald Reagan came in and said, if you still hold those hostages when I come in as president, we're going to hammer you. And so they let them go on the 666th day of their captivity. So all of these numbers are everywhere. And, that was it planned by the deep state? Yeah. So are some of these things planned by the good guys? Yeah. So if to beat the bad guys, you have to play their game sometimes, guys. So don't think that, they're doing the same playbook, that makes them bad. No, we're doing the same playbook so that we can win, so that we can defeat them at their own game, right? So this is the way I believe a lot of these things are happening. All right, so we're getting ready to see Iran get hammered, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit. And that will be part of the deep state takedown. So it goes back many years. So Iran, like I've said in many of my shows, when I was overseas in Beirut and Lebanon and Iraq and Afghanistan and Pakistan, there was Iranian influence, right? Bad guy Iranian influence, all right? In a lot of those countries, guys, a lot of those countries. So taking down the bad guys in Iran. So in Iran, they were going to use Iran as a nuclear deterrent for the good guys, all right? And President Trump came in and bombed their nuclear facilities. And that was a green light. That was a green light for the takedown by the population of, Iran, the people of Iran to start to move. Because Obama, during Arab Spring, did not back them. He backed all the bad guys during the Arab Spring. And eventually, fortunately, some of those were reversed, like we saw in Egypt. Arab Spring, took down the government there. And a year later, basically, the people rose up and drove out the Muslim Brotherhood, right? So they saw that they were evil, they were bad. They got rid of the Islamists, right? So this is happening in Iran as well. This happened in Palestine, right? So, the Israelis came in and they needed an excuse to take down Hamas. And so let's go back in time where Mike used to be part of the CIA, and he used to go to Beirut, all right? In Beirut, we had, and this is in the news, so I can talk about this. I may or may not know, all right, about some of these things. I may have heard about this from other sources. So I'm not saying exactly where I heard these things, but I just happened to be working for the CIA in Beirut, and there were many Iranian, people that were helping us, find out information about Iran in Beirut. And unfortunately, there was a miscommunication by one of the CIA case officers, from what I've heard. right? And there's newspaper articles about how many people that were working for us were murdered, right? After this bad communication. So communications. So what happened with all of those pagers? Remember the pagers in Beirut, Hezbollah? So Hezbollah, a lot of the leaders in Hezbollah, they had pagers and they blew up on them. How about that? So little payback, F around and find out, right? So that's what happened. They effed around and found out, screw with the CIA, the good guys, and they came back and basically took out Hezbollah. Now, why was it important for Israel? Because they bombed the hell out of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is like, okay, uncle, we give. Whereas before they hadn't been able to do that. They did the same thing with Hamas. Why did they do that? Because Hamas and Hezbollah would go to Iran and would help Iran when the people rose up, and they'd massacre the people. See how this is moving? All right, bigger picture. All right, so longer term, bigger picture. So this is some of the things that we're seeing. So the October 7th attack was so that the good guys could go in and start to hammer down, right? So they've been doing this against us for, like I said, for decades. When I went over to the Middle East, Iran was playing games, and they were responsible. Juan O'Savin came on my show a couple of days ago and talked about it, emergency broadcast, and said that the Iranians were probably responsible for anywhere from 25 to 50 million. So do you think that it might be a good thing that they, play this little game so they go in and like hammer down and like basically take down that problem? Yeah, absolutely. So let's move on and look at some other things. If we look at President Trump, he says, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt. Basically, we're the only country in the world that uses this, so we're going to stop it. At the end of the evening, as to who won and who lost the election, we are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before. So he's saying by signing executive order, because we've talked about how he was going to do this, to help honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the good of our country to do. Now, we have already seen that for the first time in history in Colorado, the governor there has refused to release Tina Peters, who was given a presidential pardon. This has never happened before in our history until now. All right. So just recently, that Democrat governor in Colorado is saying, well, maybe I'll release her. Maybe you better, right? So it's getting to that point. It's getting down to the wire where his government may be, seized by military forces. So will the Democrats allow this non-mail-in voting and, allow people to like watch poll watchers and so forth, good poll watchers from both sides? Because in some of these Democrat states, they made Republican poll watchers leave. And then when they came in and people came in to what they wanted to watch the counting process, they put up, cardboard. You guys remember that? All right. So we're not going to have that this time, guys. I think that in these Democrat states and cities, they're going to refuse to do the right thing because they know if they do the right thing, they're going to lose. So they're going to fight this. And we're going to put probably military in those areas to monitor it and make sure it happens. So that won't be necessary all over the country. Some states will adopt it. Some cities will adopt it, and some won't. And those that won't will get F around and find out. All right. So this is coming. It's moving in a direction. So President Trump is moving a lot of things in the right direction. Now, for Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and some of these other Venezuela, some of these other countries, China, we're going to see basically funding cut off from them. All right, we're going to see a starving of the beast. All right, a starving of the beast, and then we're going to move in and take them down while they're at their weakest. And a lot of these Democrat cities, like Minneapolis, like we're starting to see, we're taking away their money. We're starving them. All right, they don't have the money, they starve, and then people don't play along. All right, and when they lose a lot more of their base, like they're doing, some of them being shipped back to countries where they belong, and some of them going to jail, and some of them just being pushed out of the election process, right? So as we continue to see that, we'll see an attempt to do something radical, right? Something radical. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see, excuse me, people being arrested on a massive scale, which they need to be, because they have their ways, all right? That they can make things very difficult for us. All right, so what we're seeing in Iran right now is they've gone like, I think 16 or 17 days straight where everything has been shut down. The people are on the streets, basically pushing back. They are now, and have been for a little bit now, for maybe a day or two, they are hunting all of the people of the Islamic regime that are still in Iran. Now, some of you are like, here in America are tired of it, right? And we've been putting up with it for a long time as well. Not as extreme as they have. So we won't see that kind of extremity everywhere. But it is a very strong possibility. Some of these Democrat states and some of these Democrat cities that resist going forward as everything gets exposed, and they continue to resist, like Tim Walz and some of these others, and what's their mayor there, Fry, whatever his name is, is going to get fried, right, by the people, right? So I say, if you're on the wrong side of this, you need to get on the right side and start to expose, so people can see that you're on the right side of being on the bad side for a long time. Now, like some of these people they know they don't stand a chance. So they're fighting. They're fighting to the end because they know if they give up, they're going to die. They're going to be, they're going to end up being executed or worse. So they're going to fight to the end. We're going to see the same thing, some of these Democrat cities, guys. We'll see some of the same thing is going to happen with some of these, Democrat leaders, and not just Democrats. I don't pick it just Democrats, but of course they're the worst offenders at this point. But there are, rhinos. They'll probably face some of the same, problems as well going forward. So a lot of people are resigning. They're trying to get the hell out of there. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she just recently resigned. There's a lot of people, not just at the high levels, but a lot of people all the way down the line into a lot of these cities at the county level that are resigning because they know that their time is up. And we're seeing a massive resignation from a lot of people right now in Congress and some in the Senate and throughout every city going forward. You're going to see resignations where people are going to try to get the hell out of the way before they get wrapped up in this extreme reveal. And if it won't matter if they're part of extreme problems, doing very bad things. They will be hunted and they will be found and they will stand justice. All right, one way or the other. All right, so we're moving very quickly, very rapidly in that direction now. We're going to see in Iran, we're going to see the United States and Israel basically go in and hammer the hell out of them through air power, right? And every form of air power is probably going to come in. Right now, I guess Khomeini, their supreme leader, has disappeared. Everybody's saying that he's in a bunker somewhere, like Saddam Hussein and all those other people. We got bunker busters, right? So bunker buster will dig down and find everyone, all right, that's hiding out. Now, I'm going to, put this out. I've already put this out that I saw there was possibility that Israel would get bombed. And I saw a nuke type device, although I don't think it's a nuke. It does have that kind of explosive potential. Somehow they get an aircraft through or some kind of missile through and cause some serious destruction in Israel. I predicted this a long time ago. So to head that off, because right now the last of the Iranian holdouts that are being basically controlled by the deep state are saying they're going to attack U.S. bases and Israel if America and Israel come in and attack them. All right, so that's going to happen. We're going to attack them. It's going to happen. All right, on a massive scale and probably multi-day, day and night, hammering away at the last remnant of this atrocious extremist Muslim group that has been controlling Iran for 47 years. All right, so this is the beginning of the end of all of these radical Muslim groups, guys. Right? They're already on the downside. On the downside, as I've talked about with Hamas and Hezbollah, they're all hammered at this point. Almost to non-existence. ISIS in Syria just got hammered by the U.S. That'll continue until they've been disappeared. So those jets and everything that are hammering those guys in Syria could easily go down and start hammering the bad Iranians. All right, so they have to be very surgical strikes. Of course, we have that capability. We have the capability of doing a lot of things at this point. Now, let me, before I touch on the Israel thing, let me pull up this one little listen for you guys that you're gonna like. You're gonna like it a lot, and then I'll go into detail about this. This is a capability that U.S. Special Forces do have. Right, I have had this capability when I was in, now we're looking at, 20 years ago. Now, the things that we were doing as far as like breaching, explosive breaching and so forth, there was no one that touched us. We were decades and decades ahead of everybody else, right? And I promise you that's continued forward to this day. And on multiple weapon system platforms, we had incredible capabilities all the way back, 20 years ago when I was involved in, the Panama invasion and all the stuff that I did. Now I want you to listen to this take right now.
A security guard that was protecting Maduro has spoken, and you got to hear what he said. It's in Spanish, but I'll translate. Also, Trump announced that, the cartels, they're going after him in Mexico. The whole vibe of Latin America has changed because of what happened in Venezuela. And now that we're getting firsthand accounts from people that were there, the soldier says they didn't hear him coming.
All right. So they didn't hear him coming. How about that? And there were no surface to air, systems that seemed to be working. There was no one seemed to know that they were there and they just kind of showed up. Just before they showed up, he's going to talk about what happened to those guys on the ground.
He says the Americans had technology superior to anything they've ever seen. Everything that they were using for radar, for anything, was completely taken offline. They had drones, and the drones were taking out bases and taking out things faster. They didn't have no technology. They've never had to fight against drones. He also talks about that there was only 8 helicopters. There was only 20 men that were sent in. And those 20 men killed hundreds of their men. And none of those soldiers were injured. He talks about it felt like they were firing 300 rounds a minute.
All right. So a minute, that would be kind of slow, but they're probably a lot faster than that. But because I can do 3, I was doing 3 headshots in a second, guys. So and a lot of the guys, I wouldn't say a lot, but there were several guys that were at that level. I was a freak, of course. So, but you know, who knows? Maybe all those guys are at that level now, because that was 20 years ago. So, you know, the technology, the weapon systems are far more advanced than what I was involved with back then. So, it is a possibility that all those guys went in. If you have surprise, you can do amazing things. When you have violence of action like he's describing right now, where they come in and they're just obliterating anything that's a threat, right? Obliterating it, just brute. And everybody's like that. It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot, right? So 20 guys, you know, 300, 600 rounds a minute, right? Started, right? It's already started, and then you hit the brainstem. You know, it's still moving. That's a possibility, but it sounds like these guys were on the jump. Now, listen to other things that happen to the potential targets on the ground that we're going to resist.
Nothing they've ever seen, nothing that they can compete with. And then he also sonic shock boom that was sent out, and everybody immediately even gathered themselves because whatever was sent at them made them fall to their knees and vomit blood out of their mouth and out of their noses. They were incapacitated immediately. He says he never wants to go through that again. Doesn't want to have to fight with the Americans again. He's sending warnings to everybody out there that you think you can fight the Americans. You don't even know what their weaponry is like and what they're capable of. 20 men took out hundreds. And that's starting to spread all through Latin America. And now they're not saying, if you want me, come and get me anymore. They're like, oh, shit. Especially after Trump says, hey.
Yeah. You know, even after this takedown of Maduro, who was just like Noriega, you know, Pineapple Face with his machete was like, you know, come get me, Americans. Well, that happened. He ran the first night. He ran like a little scared chicken, and he hid away in the Catholic Church, and they protected him, but not for long. So eventually got him. All right. So Maduro, you know, talk smack. That's machismo, Latin machismo. That cost him as well. He could have had, like Juan said, he could have had a nice island vacation for the rest of his life, but he chose to, like, you know, screw you, America. You can't get me. And now he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, the other one in Colombia, he was talking smack there at first, too, even after we came in and got Maduro. And I guess the information started to spread, you know, how badass America is. And he's like, yeah, I'd like to come talk to you, President Trump, and we can work something out. All right. So you're going to see a lot of that. Now, President Trump has just recently said the same thing to Cuba. He's basically warning Cuba, we're basically taking everything away. We're taking away every money source you have, because they were basically, you know, raping Venezuela. They were taking their oil for free. They had a bunch of their people there that were running the whole country. That's done. And now Cuba and the evil Cuban, you know, dictatorship that's been ruling that country for a long time, even longer, they're about ready to go bye-bye as well, right? And President Trump has already warned them, give up now or you're going to face the same thing. So this is what's going to happen in a lot of these places. Same things happening right now in Iran. They're talking smack, and they're effing around. They're going to find out, right? And this is going to happen all around the world, right? Down in Australia, they're still playing their games down in Australia. They're going to get spanked, right? Anybody in New Zealand want to stand up? I don't think so. Let's go over to South Africa. The threat's already there for South Africa. You guys are spreading terror all the way through and raping, literally and figuratively, everybody in Africa. You're effing around. You're gonna find out. You give up too. You stop your bullshit, or else we're gonna come and get you as well. So this is what's happening around the world. President Trump's not effing around, and mineral resources and so forth that we need to defeat some of the other countries that are very strong still, like China and Russia. They're probably going to still continue to play games. We're basically going to go and get the minerals and oil and everything else we need. Of course, those countries that have those, we're not going to rate them like the deep state did. They're going to do well. They're going to find out the good side, right? They're going to not F around. They're going to find out perfectly how amazing working with the United States can be, because the deep state is not part of the United States anymore, right? President Trump is also going to inform the WEF. He's not going to the WEF, the World Economic Forum. He's basically going to send them a message that you guys surrender now, and if you don't, you're effing around and you're going to find out. All right. So this is the way it's going to be all around the world, guys. So God's hand is at work all throughout the world now, and is moving very quickly. And all of the evil that's out there in all the places that I just said and described are going to find out. Now, even here in the United States, guys, we're finding out. Now, I just had Eric Holt on, former fire chief who uncovered coordinated election misconduct. You guys, if you haven't seen this, please go watch this. It's very, very insightful and informative of how evil Colorado and many other states, all the way down to the county level, are. They destroyed this man's life. This guy is a hero on many different levels and destroyed his life. Now, I want to thank many of you that came in and contributed to him, because he's basically going against them and he's going to destroy them, right? But he's one guy. Now, I've had a lot of people on like this. You guys know Sean Taylor, Alpha Warrior. Those guys came out of the woodwork. We helped them. We promoted them. And both of those guys are doing unbelievably great work. I think at some point, Eric Holt will probably do the same thing. It's probably not, they destroyed his career. Probably not going to be able to go back and do that again, although he loves it. He dresses, he's got the mustache of a fire captain from the old days. It's pretty cool. Really good guy. So please go watch that. If you can't contribute, $5, $10, whatever. We've had people that have come in and contributed. And both of he's got a, Gibson Go and one of the other ones. So he's got two different ones. Somebody has come into both of those and given 5,000 and 2,000. Of course, I gave, and I always give to all these people, right? And I know a lot of you guys do too. If I call it out, it's like, let's help this person. You guys jump in. Let's help Eric Holt take down the deep state, guys. All right. Let's help him. Right. He needs the help. He's put a lot of his money out there. He sold his house. He got his life destroyed, lived in a trailer with his daughters. It's crazy. So, he's doing the right thing, and they come after us that do the right thing. And so please go watch that. And if you can, like I said, contribute, right? Because it does make a difference. And if your contribution is a prayer, that's good. If your contribution is a share, that's good, right? That's all you can give that, right? It does make a difference. All right, so let's go a little bit deeper. Let's go into Tusi TV. He's come a long way. He's done a really good job. He's another guy. that is revealing, and he's doing it in England. I'm very surprised they have not come and knocked on his door and taken him away, but fortunately they have not. And let's hope that he can continue revealing on the level that he is.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and something extraordinary is happening inside Iran. Yes, we are now in the day 16, I believe. People are still out. They have retaken multiple cities, including most of Tehran, the capital. The IRGC forces who continue to shoot at innocent civilians have retreated their forces from a number of towns and cities. And President Donald J. Trump, the White House, confirms that they will be sending support to the Iranian people. We're going to discuss all this in this live report. We have a lot of videos that are coming in now from inside the country. Of course, a big shout out to Elon Musk and Starlink. And of course, we're going to get your reaction live as you.
All right. So, of course, the regime tried to, they shut down all the internet so that none of this information get out. They knew this was coming, guys, because 2 months ago, Elon Musk and some other people probably on the ground, some good CIA, yes, they do exist. And good Mossad, yes, they do exist, have been involved in getting a lot of the Starlink antennas and satellite, information to the Iranians, so that when this went down, because this is part of a bigger plan, remember, right? Going all the way back to October 7th, that they would be successful in sharing that information to inspire the world. Now, you haven't seen this on, except on this show in Tusi TV. You haven't seen any of this, right? I've been following this. Of course, I've been following this and been impacted by this for decades. So it is very important that the Iranians, take their country back. And I've been predicting that they would. And here it is. It's in the 16th. We're going to come in and start bombing the old regime targets that are. They're coming in, I guess they're killing massive amounts of the Iranian people like they normally do. That's their modus operandi, or operandi if you're speaking in Latin. And that's what we're going to see going forward. We're going to see, they're going to try and turn this back around and come in with a heavy force like they have in the past, but they're way behind the power curve right now. And the Iranian people are basically taking over lots of different cities. So I think we're going to see, a failure of that system. But there is the possibility that they could use something catastrophic, because they have been not using nukes, because I know that they have nukes. I may or may not know about that, from my days in the CIA. But as I've heard from the grapevine, right, they have nukes, and they didn't use the nukes because they knew that people would not like that. So they've kept away from that. But here they are, about to be completely taken down. So you can expect that they're going to use them if they get a shot at it. I don't think they're going to get away with it, but it is a possibility right now, guys. So when Trump and Israel, America and Israel come in, they're coming in with everything. And I've seen a lot of reports where they're basically moving a lot of aircraft into this area. They may even move in secretly some Delta guys. You never know. And, that'd be great. Now, you're probably wondering, well, where are the SEAL teams? Well, the SEAL teams are basically out there in the ocean taking down a lot of these ships right now. And some of them you don't know about, I promise you. But I can guess from the operations that I was involved in the past, and some of the stuff that's been leaking out, that the SEAL teams are basically really taking down some of these bad ships out there, and that have a lot of this technology that Israel could use. Now, where could that be coming from? China, All right. So the bad guys in China. So we're going to still see, the possibility of, some very dirty deeds going forward. So I think the white hats are aware of that. We've seen, excuse me, we have seen the doomsday plane, I guess, take off. It's the first time, somebody said it was like the first time in like 50 something years that the doomsday plane has taken off. So why would that be? I would think that it could be because of Iran, and the bad guys. All right. So the bad guys here in America that still have some of those nukes out there, guys, they're out there. I've heard about that. Right. I've been told by other sources, over time, that they're out there. So Juan has come in and talked about that as well. We know the nuke sifters have been involved for like 4 years now. They've been out there. A lot of the guys that basically Monkey Works and some other people that basically follow the different aircraft that go up there. These nuke sifters have been very involved in America for several years now, during the Biden administration and still to this day. So it is a threat. It's something that we all need to be aware of, that they would do, and in a desperation move, they would use the nukes and blame it on somebody else, right? They'd use the nukes and blame it on Russia, right? Obviously.
Sure, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the reports and, of course, the capital. Let's start in Tehran first. It's insane. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. More people have now joined. And I'm going to explain why this is happening, by the way, because this is not really just about the fact that they are absolutely angry, they are done, they want to get rid of the regime, obviously. But there are a couple of very important reasons, a couple of very important individuals who have actually helped it. Go to Tehran, look at the crowd. They've retaken their city.
So this will be Americans in the streets doing this when the Democrat Party is completely gone, right? So it's not going to be easy to get rid of them, just like it's not easy for these guys to get rid of their deep state guys. All right. So, yeah, lots of very positive things are happening in the world. I know I'm talking about the Democrats, of course. I talk about all of the political baddies in America and the political baddies all over the world, whether it's, like I said, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, we're going to in Cuba, Colombia, Mexico. We're going to see Brazil. We're going to see these baddies basically be taken down, guys. All right, it's going to happen everywhere. So more than 500 people, from reports that I've seen from other sources of people, they're saying there are thousands of Iranians have been killed. So we're right on the cusp of America and Israel moving, I believe. It could happen tonight, or at the worst, latest, maybe tomorrow, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the people, will overcome the problem on their own, through their own wherewithal. I think they're going to need help personally, but we'll see. Now, Iran threatens counterattack on Israel and U.S. bases. They threatened United States counterstrikes in the event of a U.S. attack in support of the nationwide protest movement against this authoritarian state leadership. So, like I said, will the people be successful and take them all down themselves? I know I've seen that they're basically seizing weaponry and so forth. A lot of the, not a lot, but there are police and military that are basically turning away from the Islamic State. And some of them are getting involved in actually taking them down. So I believe that's happening. So we may see the Iranians basically take care of this on their own. But I know President Trump and Israel are watching this. My feel is they're going to get involved, right? We'll see. And prayers to them if they do. So let's go back in time. Let's look at Arab Spring. The Arab Spring did not lead to significant protests in Iran until later. The Iranian Green movement in 2009, which was influenced by the Arab Spring, sought to address issues like electoral fraud and human rights violations, but ultimately did not achieve its goal. And why would that be? because Obama didn't back them up like he did the Arab Spring, right? So they were probably just like, those Navy SEAL Team 6 guys that went in and got Osama bin Laden, and then one of their aircraft went down, killing a group of Navy SEAL Team 6 guys in Afghanistan, a very suspect helicopter crash, which, I guess I've talked to people where it came down through RPG attacks, and it was an aircraft that normally the Navy SEAL Team 6 guys don't get on. So very suspect everywhere, all around. Who would have put them on the aircraft? So somebody high up in the SEAL teams, or maybe the admiral. I don't know. But anyway, unfortunately, that crashed. Of course, not just the Navy SEALs died, but the air crew on that craft died as well. I heard that it crashed alongside a mountain, rolled down the mountain, burned profusely. They couldn't get in it. They couldn't get to it. And then it started raining, and it was in a gully, and it flooded. So, geez, it's like, and then, they said we just, cremated everybody. Well, everybody was already cremated, right? Whatever was left, I guess they cremated. So very, very suspect on that, guys. I don't think we're going to see any Delta helicopter crashes, guys, or any SEAL Team 6 or other SEAL teams helicopters crash, right? Those days of manipulation from the deep state are gone. The reason why Delta came in and was so successful, and why the SEAL Team 6 and other SEAL teams and other Navy units are basically very successful in taking down and destroying the boats and aircraft and so forth out there, is because I believe the bad military has been removed, right? Has been found out and has been removed. A lot of those guys resigned as well, and went off to leave their lives of wealth, because they went and worked probably for corrupt companies, and that'll be found out as well, and they'll be shut down as well. But I've seen this over time. I think a lot of that stuff is getting exposed and being taken down. So, all right, so let's go back even further in time to 1953. Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh was overthrown in a coup orchestrated by the CIA and MI6, the bad MI6 and CIA, right? With corporate interest, and they took down. That's why, on a certain level, they didn't trust America, and why they wanted to hit America, because we took down their prime minister, and everybody knew, right? Everybody knew. And so they talked about how the Shah had killed 100,000 people during the protest. Well, it actually turned out to be like maybe 1,000. So now we're looking at the protest happening, and that's what they're calling it, protest. It's a revolution that's happening in Iran right now. Of course, the lamestream, deep state media is not reporting, or if they report, they're saying, oh, it's just a demonstration. They're demonstrating against their Rupel fell. And, no, it's a revolution. Of course, it's a deep state that did this, but they're saying, yeah, there's like 500 Iranians have been killed. I think it's thousands, right? So it's the same system, guys, in reverse. So the mainstream, lamestream, deep state media is, for a long time, hasn't reported on this at all, even though it's on its 16th day. They're just starting to wake up and say, because people like me and Tusi TV and other, people are basically broadcasting this, and people are like, whoa, what's going on? And so this is monumental, what's going on, actually. And so when we brought in, they try and tear it down and take it down and twist it like they've done everything, like the COVID-19 lie that they did, everything, guys. So why and how this media is still in existence is going to be revealed, I guess. Let them continue to spread lies and disinformation so people can see, just how evil they are. President Trump, when he first came in office, was talking about how evil they were. And everybody's like so shocked. It's like, how could he say that about our press? Freedom of speech. You can't do that. And of course, now everybody's seeing, except for the extremely consciously corrupted MK Ultra, they're pretty much done. The press is done. Hardly anybody watches the press anymore. So that's the way it is right now. So, will the good CIA and the good Mossad and the good MI6 please stand up and get involved? I think they're doing it. So, and they don't have a choice. They either do or they were basically taken down. All right. So right now we're seeing an all-time high in silver, high whole silver away. And what is it at right now? Let me see. I'm looking at it. It's like way up there. So I know it's like all-time high because I see it past the former all-time high. So right now it looks like it's around 83, 43, and it was a little bit higher. I think it hit 84. So it goes over 84. So I think tomorrow it goes over 84, 84 to 95. This is going to be a zone it's going to be in for a little bit. 84 to 95, and then eventually it's going to push through that. So it'll go up and down, up and down. You know how silver does. And so we're going to see $100 silver, I think, within a couple of weeks, and then a little bit higher than $100, and then a lot higher in February. All right, we might see 150, maybe 175 to $200 in silver, an ounce in February. By the middle of the year, I predicted it would be 250. I think by the end of this year, it'll be $500. In next year, it'll be 1,200 or more. And in maybe the end of next year or in the beginning of the year after, we're probably going to see $2,000 silver. That's right, $2,000 silver. Now, at some point, we're going to see $20,000 gold, right? So $2,000 silver, yeah, and a lot higher silver, actually, I believe, going forward. So this is the way of the silver revolution and economics, which is destroying the big bad banks, right? Baddies. The baddie banks are getting crushed all over the world because they were trying to control silver, because silver basically exposes their fiat currencies, right? Which are basically going to go bye-bye. All right, so I'm looking at it. What is it? What is it right now? It's going to go much higher, but right now it is. Come on, show it to me. All right, it won't show me. But I'm looking at it. It looks like 83, almost 84. So now what else? What else we got? All right. Stocks are signaling that another commodity super cycle is afoot in 2026. Of course, we saw one for silver and gold and platinum and palladium and all the other precious metals. Massive super cycle last year. And they're predicting this year, I predict this year, it's going to go much higher, much, much higher. So will Wall Street continue to go up? Maybe not today, but I believe it's signaling that it's going to go up. Now, keep an eye on crypto. If crypto crashes, which is not looking so good, but